Guys, this is one of the most exciting days of my existence. Did you see that the unicorn mom, yours truly, is featured on YouTube's homepage? I'm just like pinching myself. And if you click the icon on YouTube's homepage, I conduct a little mini reading after you've selected one of the cards. And I'm just so thankful and grateful to YouTube for the opportunity to be part of this amazing YouTube tarot experience. You guys know I live in Switzerland, and on my Instagram, I was keeping you up to date while I was in LA. And I have posted about this amazing project with this amazing company who flew me all the way from Switzerland out to LA in order to work on a project, and this is it. So please ensure that you go check it out and get your own fun mini reading as well. And you'll also be able to type in your date of birth, which will generate your soul card for you. This is so fun and unbelievable. I can't believe I'm part of this. This is like a dream come true. Hello all my beautiful little unicorns, and welcome back to my channel. If this is the first time that you're on my channel, please allow for me to introduce myself to you. My name is Vanessa and I, your favorite psychic and a tarot deck creator here on YouTube, and in today's readings I'm going to help you figure out with whom and when your next fated soulmate connection is going to be with. And for today's intuitive psychic tarot reading, I have prepared 4 groups that you can choose from, and I want to already give you all a heads up. I'm gonna take my sweet time with all these 4 groups in order to ensure that we get all the juicy details. I am also going to be using different divination tools, not just tarot cards, also runes, in order for us to uncover as many details as we possibly can about your next significant soulmate connection. So make sure that you lean back, relax, and enjoy this reading. Feel free to receive your reading while you're commuting, on your way to work or school, or you're just enjoying a relaxing moment to yourself, as these readings definitely have some podcast-like tendencies as well, because we're gonna just vibe and chill with each other within all 4 of these groups. So before I introduce you to the 4 groups that I have prepared for you today, please make sure that you're subscribed to my channel if you already feel at home here and like this is a safe space for you. And furthermore, make sure you give this video a thumbs up and let me know down below in the comment section what your favorite crystal is. I would love to know more about the beautiful souls in my audience, and maybe your favorite crystal is even represented within one of these 4 groups. But now let's get into it. Group number 1 corresponds to the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, as well as the Aqua Aura Crystal Point and the following sound. And I would also just like to point out that after the last video in which the Aqua Aura Crystal Point was featured, which I sell in my online store, we completely sold out of the Aqua Aura Point. So if you are interested in purchasing this rare crystal, the link is below in the description box. You can pre-order it in order to ensure that you don't miss out as soon as the next batch comes in. So I just wanted to make that clear because a lot of you have been sending emails and messaging me, and I don't want you to miss out on the opportunity to get your hands on a restock. Group number 2 corresponds to the Disney Villains Tarot deck, as well as the Rose Quartz Point and the following sound. Group number 3 corresponds to the Tarot of Curious Creatures, the Amethyst Crystal Point, as well as the following sound. And group number 4 corresponds to the Tazama African Tarot, as well as the Rainbow Angel Aura Crystal Point and the following sound. So I will now provide you with a little moment of privacy so you can meditate on these 4 groups. Feel free to pause the video right here if you need a little longer in order to make up your mind. And furthermore, feel free to tune into 2 or more groups if you absolutely cannot make up your mind, because sometimes your personal reading is a mixture between 2 or more different groups. So I'll be back with you momentarily. So by now, you've hopefully been able to select one of these 4 groups. I will be getting into the readings with the first group, which corresponds to the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, as well as the Aqua Aura Crystal Point. So if this is the group that you chose, then please continue watching. And to all of my other lovely groups, I will catch you at the click of your timestamp. Hello, group number 1, Vanessa and I here. You chose the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, as well as the Aqua Aura Crystal Point. Now, in case you didn't know, the Gentle Heart Tarot deck is actually a tarot deck that I authored, but let's do a close-up of the Aqua Aura Crystal Point, shall we? This is such a beautiful, stunning crystal that brings calming vibes and looks good wherever you put it, whether it's on your desk, in your kitchen, next to your bed. So it is no surprise that this crystal immediately sold out from the last video, and as already mentioned, you can get your hands on the restock by getting onto the pre-orders. The link for that is below. Furthermore, I would first like to inform you about everything we're going to go through within your reading. So first, we're going to talk about the overall vibe and meaning of the relationship. Then we'll talk about who this person is, with whom your next significant relationship is going to be with, and also when and where you will meet them. And then lastly, we're going to be speaking about any other details that we may have not been able to cover yet. So this reading is going to be ultra personal, ultra chill and relaxing, and we're going to go into absolutely all the details that you could want out of this love reading. With whom and when will your next fated relationship and connection be with? Group number 1. Let's get straight into it, shall we? We've got the Fool, as well as the 3 of Crystals and the Queen of Cups. I can just already feel some divine energy coming through for your reading. So let's talk about the Fool right off the bat. The Fool corresponds to the number 0 in tarot within the major arcana, and the Fool is all about a spontaneous new beginning. So I can definitely see here that the overall vibe of your next connection is going to be a very fun one, and it's going to be one that happens very naturally, because the symbol of the dog definitely connects to your natural instincts. And as you can see here within the Fool, we've just got some fun, loving energy. So the vibe of this relationship is all about having fun. And I see within the 3 of Crystals that the next relationship that you're going to be in is also about leaving the past behind, leaving any baggage that you've had in the past and moving on from any past hurt. So if there has been a very difficult breakup that you've been through, group number 1, know that you're going to leave that behind for good, just like these 2 wand symbols, and you're going to take what serves you and move forward with that. So your next significant relationship definitely has this meaning of you being fully healed and being in a place where you're open to loving again, open to being with someone new and fully trusting. I see here within the Queen of Cups that we've got this symbol of being very tender-hearted and intuitive, and also some psychic abilities. So this especially resonates for water signs, as the Suit of Cups is a representation of the element of water. And I want you to understand here within the Queen of Cups that this nurturing approach could also mean that this is someone with whom you're going to extend or start a family with, someone with whom you're going to build a legacy and a very long, strong connection. So I definitely see that the meaning of this relationship is all about a fresh beginning, and a beginning that shows you that you are worthy of love and happiness, and most importantly, freedom. The Fool is actually also a tarot card that corresponds to Uranus. And again, this is the card of freedom and also reform and moving forward from any old relationship trauma that you may have brought along with you from the past and may have ruined other relationships, but not this one. Okay, the next significant fated soulmate connection of yours, group number 1, is going to be a completely fresh start for you when it comes to love. So let's move further into your reading. We've got the 5 of Crystals next. So in the 5 of Crystals, I can see here that there's going to be the sense of competition, and the Three of Crystals shows me that this competitive vibe is coming from a place where in the past you've had to compete for people's affection, or at least that's what it felt like. But with the Three of Crystals, that is another aspect from the past that you're leaving behind. If you feel like you have to compete with a lover or a romantic partner for their attention, and like there's other people there who may take your attention away, so to say, you'd rather walk away because you know your value and your worth, just as the Queen of Cups shows us within your reading, group number 1. And you're not going to allow for someone to make you feel as though you have to fight for their love or their attention, especially when you're so readily giving it to them. So next up, we've got a few more cards that popped out of the pile. I'll put a little instant replay right here in case you missed it, group number 1. So I hope that this instant replay just shows you that these cards are meaningful and they really did want to speak within the reading. I see here within the Nine of Crystals that someone is going to see this new significant relationship of yours and they're going to feel wounded. So this could be an ex, for example, who is regretful of having let you go or having treated you in a way that they really shouldn't have, and now they're looking over at your new significant connection and they're feeling really jealous. So a big reason for this relationship coming into your life at this point in time is also karma to some people, and it is a symbol. It is you putting out the energy that you know that you're worthy, and you're no longer going to be in abusive connections and situationships that only serve other people and don't really do much for you, group number 1. So this relationship's vibe, the next significant relationship, is all about your emancipation and is all about maturity that you're bringing forth, that you maybe kind of lacked in some past relationships because it was so important for you to be open-minded or to give people chances, but you understand that you shouldn't have to give someone so many chances, especially with your love and your heart. Next up, we've got solar flares. So solar flares shows me here that this activation of a new love life is one that's going to make you feel as though you've won the race, so to say. So the Five of Crystals is a card of some competition, but then in these solar flares and the Ten of Cups, you know that you're out of the rat race when it comes to significant relationships and you have nothing to prove. If someone is with you, they're with you because they want to, and they want to stay with you, and you're no longer allowing for partners into your life that make you feel like questioning your worth or whether they're fully with you or not. Next up, we have the 10th house for you. So in the 10th house, I can see that the meaning of this next relationship is also about you taking charge and being like the authority in the relationship. I see that in the past you've maybe kind of let people pick you, and that was a mistake for you, group number 1. You're not the type of person who should be letting others pick you. You need to do the picking and the leading in the relationship. And I want to add a few runes into your reading just so we can figure out exactly what's going on here. So let's see what rune we have here. I believe this is Atala, which corresponds to the letter O, and this is actually a rune that signifies not only the home and property and having plenty, but it is also the rune that exudes this goddess energy. And with the 10th house, we definitely have you exuding just that, goddess or god energy, depending on who you identify as. And furthermore, group number 1, in case you didn't know this, the 10th house actually corresponds to Saturn as well as Capricorn. Now, Saturn is a very interesting one because within Saturn, we've got this this discipline as well as commitment that helps you to overcome challenges. So you've got this boss, god, goddess type energy, and because this is a committed relationship, you're able to overcome virtually any challenges, and this is a relationship that will last for a long time. Ooh, I'm sorry. I hope that you actually like the sounds of these crystal runes and that they're not too loud for you. So here within this rune, we've got Berkana or Berkano. This corresponds to the letter B in our alphabet, and this speaks of new beginnings, but also a birth. Okay, this is a rune of personal growth as well as liberation. So this relationship is meant to set you free. I'll just place my runes away, my beautiful souls of group number 1. Here you have a little close-up of this rune, and this fits beautifully with what we spoke about the meaning of this relationship and the fact that you may be building or extending a family. The 10 of Cups also signifies this. So this next relationship, this next soulmate connection that is fated, that is coming into your life, is one that has the potential to last for a lifetime, one where you will be a family unit and where you have this completely fresh beginning and potentially a birth with you and this person, quite literally speaking, group number 1. However, let's move further into your reading, shall we? I hope that you're enjoying it so far and that you like the runes. Make sure that you leave, let's say, a little ghost emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you're here and that you are enjoying your reading so far. So let's see what else Spirit has to say to you. Give us a little sign about how meaningful this relationship is and what the overall vibe is. We've got financial health. Okay, financial health is important in this relationship, group number 1. And I want you to know here that financial health is given, and it's something that you're not worried about within this connection. We've also got strength. Now, this relationship is going to bring out a lot of strength, and if there is a literal birth involved in this relationship, then it's pretty clear why the strength card would show up. Also, building a family with another person, it requires a lot of strength, and there will be some bruising, some hurt along the way, which is normal for any relationship, but the strength comes from within. The strength does not come from being in a relationship where you are tied to that person because you need to be with them. For example, if there's only one breadwinner in the relationship, no, the strength comes from a place of both wanting to be in this situation with one another, and this inner strength is definitely one that you're embracing in the sense of being mentally there for your partner and vice versa, having the same thing happen for you. Next up, we've got finding. This relationship is going to allow you to continue finding yourself. You know how some people, when they're in relationships, it's almost like they melt into one with their partner and they're just this big we. And there's nothing wrong with that. However, I see that individuality is still very important in this relationship. So the meaning and the significance of this next connection that's coming into your life isn't to become one, it's to grow with one another, but still be two strong individuals, right? Remember in the 10th house, we had this feeling of authority, right? We had this feeling of your career being important and also leaving a legacy. And in this day and age, having two people working hard towards the same goal, that is so much more powerful than simply having one breadwinner like we did in, you know, the old days where it was just the man who went out. And now it doesn't really matter who takes over that role. I see within inspiration that you inspire one another. The meaning of this relationship that's coming into your life is all about that inspiration. The overall vibe is you two feeling as though you're inspired by one another's strength and one another's ability to overcome any type of adversity that comes towards you. So those are some of your favorite traits of one another and of the relationship as a whole. Next up, we've got these 7 heavenly virtues. Let's just show you a little close-up here. Group number 1 of this card. There we go. So these are the keys to goodness. They're all given within this next relationship that's coming towards you. So this next fated soulmate connection is going to have everything that it needs, all the tools necessary for it to last forever. And I can see here within the dragonfly that you're going to live your life to the fullest with this person and in this connection. So this is a really positive connection for you, group number 1. It is a significant one that I think you can definitely look forward to, and that a lot of people are going to be kind of envious of, group 1. So be aware of that. Next up, we've got memories. I do also see here that this relationship is going to last so long that you're actually going to outlive some loved ones. And what you're going to have left are, of course, beautiful memories of the time that you've spent with these people. So keep in mind here, oh, okay, let's zoom in for you, group number 1. There we go. So group number 1, I don't want you to feel scared or worried whatsoever. There's one thing that's guaranteed with life, then that is after being born, that there will be an end to our existence the way we know it on planet Earth. And I see here within memories that your relationship is going to be a healthy one that allows for you both to ruminate within memories of loved ones. And you may actually be with this person to the point that you're together for so long that you share memories that could last lifetimes, okay? Memories worth lifetimes because you've experienced so many different things with this person. I want to get into understanding who this person is, what their age may be, their career, their location, family, dreams, all of that. So I'm just going to clear up the space for you, group number 1, and then we will move into the next part of your reading where we'll figure out more details about your person specifically. So I hope that you're enjoying your reading and that you're just relaxing into this space with spirit. We've got some potent and very positive messages about this connection. So let's get further into it, shall we? I'm very excited. So who is this person? Spirit, let us know exactly what their signs and their placements look like. So we've got Venus, some Taurus energy, the 6th house, as well as Aquarius. Let's start off with Venus, group number 1. So in Venus, I instantly said that we've got some Taurus energy here from your person, right? And I want you to know here that Venus rules Taurus, and Venus, furthermore, is definitely the planet of love and beauty, which furthermore just gives us this fairy tale feel about your next significant relationship and the next relationship that's going to enter your life. Furthermore, the 6th house corresponds not only to sustainability, but to day-to-day life being something that works really well. So a lot of couples, you know, they thrive in the honeymoon phase, but when it comes to day-to-day life, it can be a little difficult, right? But I do see here for you that within the 6th house, we've got sustainability when it comes to daily routines and also jobs. So the person with whom you're going to be with has a very sustainable job for the long term and the future. And I want you to know here within Aquarius that they've got some strong Aquarius placements, potentially within the 6th house, for example, within Venus. And they are the type of person who loves to collaborate with others. And that's why there is sustainability here in this relationship and within their career, because they're not burning themselves out. As you see here, we've got all the chakras that are connected, right? And furthermore, I want you to know that Aquarius is an air sign that is very social and observant, and they're connecting all the dots, so to say. They know that it is so important for them to take equal amounts of time to just tend to you and the relationship, as they also need to take time, of course, to work, but they've got that balance figured out. And that is how their job, their career, and their personal life is so sustainable in the long run, because they're not just focused on one. They know that both are important and that both have a good amount of time needing to be allocated to the different areas. Furthermore, in Aquarius, you've got someone who is ruled by Uranus by default, and they are definitely someone who's very original and independent, okay? But sometimes what can be a little difficult is when they're a little bit detached, when they get so involved with work that they forget the romantic aspect. But I see that they make a genuine effort, as we do have Venus here, when it comes to this person who has very strong Aquarius placements within their birth chart, okay? So Venus is definitely that symbol and sign of love and beauty and also passion and intimacy. But let's move further into the reading to figure out a little bit more about who this person is, what their lifestyle's like, their beliefs, so on and so forth. Do also know here within Venus in the 6th house that they're most likely a pretty good looking person, group number 1, and they're gonna age like fine wine. Next up, we've got Urus. So if I am not mistaken, within Urus, we have the symbol of the ox. So this is, by the way, symbolic of a rune, but we've just have it now as a card. And Urus shows strength. So this is someone who's definitely strong. They most likely work out. They're pretty toned. They're muscular. They have a bit of a bigger build, a bigger physique, and it's very important for them to be physically strong, not just mentally strong. So they may have a little bit of an ego when it comes to their looks, group number 1. They definitely spend some time at the gym, and it's important for them to eat healthily because they want to sustain a very certain look to the outside world. So they are maybe just a little bit fragile when it comes to their looks, and preserving their looks, that's important to them. You won't hear them speaking about this publicly, but you know that they're trying their best to stay healthy and good looking for as long as possible. Longevity is an important thing to them too. Next up, we've got Rido. So within Rido, we have a journey, some sort of travel, okay? That is the meaning of this rune that we have represented in this oracle card, in this rune oracle card. And this is a very well-traveled person, but they also travel a lot for work. That's one thing that I see here. And I see that they bring you lots of gifts and little things to show you their love. So their love language most likely is definitely bringing you gifts and giving you little things that just show that they were thinking of you, whether those gifts are expensive or sometimes just like inexpensive little trinkets, like fridge magnets, like a little t-shirt, a book, just something that shows that they were thinking of you and that they wanted to bring you something that they knew you would love. That's the type of person with whom your next significant relationship is going to be with, group number 1. And they also really love taking photos, okay? So when it comes to traveling, vacationing, they want to keep all those memories safe, and they definitely want to do a lot of traveling with you too. But now let's figure out a little bit more about some placements, because this gives us a very concrete type of idea of who this person is. We've got the 8th house. That's very interesting. The 8th house is actually the house that is connected to Scorpio. And Scorpio is all about transformation and also kind of death, if you will, right? Things coming to an end and there being a new beginning. And I see here within the 8th house, but also the 6th house and sustainability, that this symbolizes the end of financials being like a single thing and joining forces financially, if you know what I mean, joint finances. So this person is going to be very open and transparent with you about their finances and also what they want to do with the joint finances moving forward. And furthermore, the 8th house is also a house that by default connects to Scorpio and Mars and Pluto. So it's a very passionate house. It's a house that uncovers and unveils any mystery that may have been there. That's what I see within your next significant connection. And this is definitely something that allows you to just take a deep breath, because you know the truth. You know what's coming in, what's going out financially, and where money is being spent and where spending can also be optimized. And you know what's going on in the relationship financially because they want you to know. Next up, we've got the solar flares again for you. So I do see here within these solar flares that they're going to activate this as soon as the relationship becomes more serious. So as soon as you kind of like move in together or make the relationship official, they are going to join forces financially. They're going to be very transparent with you and let you know exactly what it is that they want to do moving forward financially and where they see you going as a whole. Next up, within Jupiter, know here that this signifies abundance within this relationship. And I see that this is actually a person who already comes from abundance. This is someone who already comes from a pretty fortunate background. So they've never been in a situation where they didn't have money or resources, and they're not afraid to talk about it when they are comfortable with a person. So that's why they will be open with you once you are in that committed space. Up until then, they may be a little mysterious and secretive, as we have here in the 8th house, but once they know that they're safe with you, it's like this transformation and death and like a rebirth into a relationship that is very open financially speaking, because your person has been burned before by gold diggers, people who just wanted them for their assets, for what they could do for other people, and they didn't want that anymore. But I do see here within Jupiter that your person comes from a wealthy background. They come from a good family, maybe a very stately type of lifestyle, and they are the type of person who is going to continue to facilitate a pretty high income and lifestyle that a lot of people may only dream of, but to them it's normal, group number 1. But let's move a little further into your reading, shall we? We've got the winter solstice. So I see here that working out actually gives them a lot of time to reflect. So they are someone who needs their alone time and some time to meditate as well. With Aquarius, we definitely have a sign that needs alone time. We have an aspect here with the 6th house and Venus, where it's just very clear that they thrive when they've got a little bit of time to recharge on their own. And maybe that really suits you, group number 1, because maybe you need that too. And Milky Way shows me that that allows you both to gain perspective when you have a little bit of space from one another and nobody takes it personally. So this is a relationship where having space and just taking alone time, it's not an issue. It's not like anyone is going to feel bummed out or like their partner doesn't want to be with them. No, it's just taken in a way of, hey, you need to recharge. You need a little bit of time to yourself. That is so cool, so valid. Let me give that to you so you can show up as the best version of yourself in this relationship. So let me facilitate you having time to just relax and reflect. Next up, we've got the forest. So your person loves being outside. They love nature and the outdoors, and they're the type of person who loves to also just spend time in the forest. I see that there is also a very nostalgic kind of twist to this. So they may have grown up being like a forest kid who spent a lot of time in a big backyard or a forest nearby. Again, they came from a place, a household that was pretty fortunate, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to spend time in a forest or in a meadow. And I do want you to also know here that they are in a place where vulnerability is something that they're quite worried about, especially when they're traveling. Okay, so your person is someone who travels a good deal for work, and location is something that makes them feel vulnerable. So your person traveling so much, it makes them feel like they're afraid someone may come in between the relationship while they're gone. Someone may kind of try to chat you up or may try to just take their place, group number 1, and that is definitely a part of the relationship that they're not 100% comfortable with. So I see here that your next fated soulmate connection, your next relationship, is definitely with a busy person, but someone who would give it all up in a heartbeat just to ensure that they're there for you when you need them most. Next up, we've got the cave, which just popped right out of the pile of cards. Now, the cave corresponds to a sanctuary and a safe space, and I see that your person really needs that, like the home, and also just what they call their personal sanctuary, this relationship. It needs to be taken care of. So they will expect of you to also do some kind of like homemaker duties while they're gone. And not because they want a very traditional type of conservative relationship, but more because whoever is in the home should take care of it. That's their philosophy. Next, we've got the eagle for you. So in the eagle, I can see here that your person has these beliefs of working together, and also just whoever sees something first should do it. Whether that's cleaning up, right? Whether that's paying a bill, whether that is just seeing that there is an issue in the home or the relationship, whoever spots it should say something. And I see within lightning that they're the type of person who wants power to be distributed evenly. It's important for them that there are no power imbalances and that none of you use your power in order to control one another, but that you actually do quite the opposite. You ensure that there is never this misuse of power, because that creates an imbalance in trust as well. So to them, one of the most important things within the relationship is to make sure that you simply bring things up when they arise and keep it healthy, keep it cute. You don't hold any grudges. They do, after all, have strong Aquarius energy, which is a type of sign that just forgets and forgives pretty easily. Next up, we've got the truth. So I can see here that your person is someone who only lives by their truth and loves to just be 100% honest. And I see that their job has a lot to do with reflection and also the truth. So they may be in some sort of investigative work. They may, for example, be a lawyer, someone who works in the government or law enforcement, because they take a lot of time to reflect and to seek out the truth and to really get to the bottom of stories. So what do we have next? We've got clarity. Okay, that just makes it even more clear who this person is. They believe in the truth as well as clarity being the most important thing within life. And furthermore, group number one, your person is someone who cannot stand liars. That is their pet peeve. That is something they absolutely cannot and will not deal with. So if you have a tendency to fib, group number one, this is not the person with whom you're going to be doing this with. So Spirit, let's figure out what else we need to know. We've got well-being as well as courage. Your person is very courageous, and it's important for them to put the overall well-being of individuals first. So they are the type of person who will always put your well-being in a place that is safe before they even think of themselves. I see that here in connectivity to the lion. And if you've made it to this point in your reading, group number one, add on a little lion emoji in the comment section to let me and others know that you're still here. But definitely know that this is the type of person who will fight for you and put their needs behind yours while protecting you. They are definitely a very protective type of person. They are the type of person who has a lifestyle that is fairly healthy, where there's a lot of movement that's involved, and they have certain routines from childhood that they're still engaging in, such as, for example, going out into the forest just to take a run, take some deep breaths, and just be in the nature in a place where they're taken back to a vulnerable place as well to reflect. They're not a very macho type of person, but at the same time, aesthetics are important to them, and it is important that they stay youthful, not only looks-wise, but well-being and overall longevity is a very, very important thing to your person. They are a holistic human being. They don't feel as though your body and your mind are two separate faculties. They feel as though everything works as one, and that is how they live their life. So all of my beautiful souls of group number 1, we have now kind of concluded about your person, who they are, but if any more messages come through, I will of course let you know immediately. But now we're going to go into speaking about when and where you will meet them. So what time of the day, what time of the year, whatever messages we have coming through. So I will just clear the space up for you, group number 1. I'd like you to take this moment to just take a deep breath. Allow for yourself to further sink into this space that is yours. Make sure that your shoulders are relaxed. Get yourself a little drink. Make sure that you are hydrated. And allow for us to move even further into this really detailed connection that we have with the person who's coming into your life next and with spirit. So now we're going to move into figuring out when and where you're going to meet them. I am also going to use some charms for this one, but let's just first get into your reading with the Sacred Forest Oracle. I'll also leave as many names of the decks that I'm using today as possible in the description box, so you can check that out at your convenience if you are a collector of tarot or oracle cards. So let's figure out under which circumstances you're going to meet them, group number 1. So we've got the Forest Temple. It's going to be an epiphany. It's going to be an instant connection. That's what I see here. Then we've got Moonlight Enchantment. Oh, I've got chills going up my spine, group number 1. Let me tell you why. You're going to most likely meet them during a full moon, during a very magical celestial event, maybe a super moon. I can see here within the Forest Temple that you will immediately feel that this connection is true and real, and that you've got a soulmate here. You've got someone with whom you're meant to be with. It's going to be instant attraction. And with the Moonlight Enchantment, I do also see that this awakens a very primal part within you and this person, and it simply allows you to really feel who they are within. You immediately recognize that their energy is so healthy in combination to yours, and that you just belong with one another. But let's move a little further in so we can figure out what Spirit has to say about when and where you will meet this person. Okay, so let's get right into it. We've got the Butterfly Spirit. I see within the Butterfly Spirit that that day is going to transform everything. And I see that you will meet this person during a very pivotal point of your own personal transformation and your own personal glow up. So most likely at the pinnacle, at the height of you understanding what your job is in this lifetime, what path that you're choosing for yourself. And it's just overall going to be an instant connection that just clicks for you, because you understand that this person is meant to be part of your transformation, not someone who just swoops in the end when everything's great. This person with whom you'll be with, whom you're going to have this next connection with, is someone with whom you're going to grow with and transform with together. Next up, we've got the Wood Nymph. You're going to feel exceptionally beautiful, group number 1, during the day that you meet them. Okay, this is a day where you feel like your outfit is on point. If you choose to wear makeup, your makeup is on point. You just feel overall very sensual and beautiful in a deep manner, not just in a topical way. You feel as though your energy is radiant and beautiful, and you're really kind of carrying that out to the outside world. And it's very clear from the type of confidence that you're exuding that you're just feeling yourself and you're feeling the moment. So we've got some letters here for you. We've got V, E, R, and T. Okay. So Let's see what that has to do with the venue or place where you're going to meet this person. Group number 1, are you ready to move further into it? Because I'm just really loving all the clarity that we're receiving here. So we've got Sowilo. So in Sowilo, which actually represents a rune, we've got the sun, we've got strength, we've got life force. And I definitely also see here that this is a time of success when you're meeting them. So you're both at a high. You're both in a place where you know yourselves, okay? You're maybe also going to therapy. You're spending time in nature. You know what you want out of life. Your career is going well, and you're not in a place where you're so vulnerable that someone could take advantage of you. And that furthermore gives you this feeling of instantly knowing that this is the right person, because it all feels great and none of you are in a vulnerable state where you just wish you had someone, if that makes any sense, group number 1. Because sometimes when people are in very vulnerable places, they'll just lower their standards or go for anyone who will give them attention. But that is absolutely not the case here when it comes to this connection. And we also have Kenaz. So within Kenaz, I can see here that we've got, again, this revelation, right? Kenaz actually stands for like a torch, for a light at the end of the tunnel. And I see here that the time where you will meet this person, you'll know that you're not going to be alone after all. It's going to be like this big deep breath where you can inhale and you have this epiphany, this moment of enlightenment, knowing like this is the one for you. This is your person. You can now let go of doubts about whether you will be in a relationship ever or not. You can now let go of the feeling of not really knowing whether there's someone out there who is for you, who you're meant to be with. And you can finally kind of just see the light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to being single or being in relationships that simply aren't as meaningful as you would like them to be, group number 1, which is a really amazing symbol for you. Furthermore, we have the Knight of Diamonds. So within the Knight of Diamonds, we actually have a symbol that is very hardworking and also in a way very thorough and realistic. So I see here that after a long day of work is when you're going to meet this person during this amazing celestial event, right? Like a full moon, and it's going to feel magical, absolutely great, like an epiphany. And I see within the Queen of Diamonds that you're going to be meeting them wearing something that makes you feel like regal, divine, beautiful. So maybe you will bring a change of clothes, or you can even meet them at an event where you're meant to dress up. And furthermore, with the Knight of Diamonds, I see here that that's something that draws them towards you, that you look very put together and beautiful during the moment where you're meeting them. The Two of Diamonds, I wanted to say Two of Pentacles because in the traditional decks, the diamonds correspond to pentacles, and I'm just so in the flow with you, group number 1. So we've got the Two of Diamonds, which is all about that work-life balance. So you will be talking about some work when you meet them, but also fun. So the work is going to be more of an excuse to get to know you. So talking about work may be how the conversation initially begins, but then it very quickly trickles into a lot more of a personal conversation. So let's figure out when and where. Okay, just more about the when and where. Let's put it that way. So we've got the fog as well as the mountain. So in the fog, I can see here that it's not going to be a very clear night, but it's definitely nighttime. We've got some light shining through. And within mountain, I see here that you're feeling strong, right? Like we had within the Queen of Diamonds, you've got your head held high. Let's use one of my dice here. Okay, we've got 12. You're going to meet them on the 12th day of the month. I'm not sure if you can see this here, group number 1, but we do have the number 12 here on the die. Because it is an iridescent one, it may be a little hard for you to see, but I'll put that right here within the butterfly spirit. That is going to be the most transformative day when it comes to your relationship life. Let's move a little further into it, shall we? So we've got the waterfall. It'll be very effortless, and within the desert we've got a bit of a dry season, if you will. So the waterfall does not necessarily stand for moisture or being in a time of the year where things are very green. It just stands for the fact that there is no effort needed when talking to this person. Conversation will come very effortlessly and easily. And I see here within the desert that it's going to be during a time of the year where there isn't too much going on. And because life isn't too crazy busy, that means that you have more time to get to know one another, right? So it's going to be during a time of the year where there isn't too much going on in your work, but also your personal life, not too many public holidays, not too many events that you have to go to, and you'll have a lot of time to dedicate to this relationship and this person, and just overall creating the relationship, right? Group number one. Next up, we've got fire as well as dawn. Okay, you're going to talk to them. I see that within fire and dawn all the way through the night till the morning. Nothing like sensual is going to happen. There's not going to be anything that shows that when you meet them, you will, for example, be intimate with one another in a physical way. It's just going to be talking all night long until the sun comes up. That is one thing that I see here. We have more of a like dry time of year. That's definitely something that I can see here. So most likely a very transitional period, a period of new beginnings coming soon. So think of the end of winter, the beginning of spring, or kind of like the end of summer, and we're just moving into autumn, and it's been dry. There hasn't been much going on, but we're going to move into a very fertile time. So those are the two timings that we have here for you, group number one. So I do want to move into a last segment of your reading where we're going to talk about absolutely anything and everything about this connection that we maybe just have not figured out just yet. So what we're doing here is we're kind of giving spirit and the universe a little bit more time to let us receive any other details that we may have not been able to cover. We're talking spirit animals, maybe their favorite foods, their hobbies, the challenges and struggles of their past relationships, secrets that they may have, just extra information about with whom and when your next relationship is going to be with group number one. So allow me to clear this space for you, and I'll be right back with you and we can dive a little deeper. So I hope that you're relaxing into this space. I hope your day is going well so far, or at least it's going better after you've been able to just simply chill here with me, with the Unicorn Mom, and just have a nice time. Furthermore, I do also plan on letting you guys in on the publishing division that I want to start. So a lot of you who are avid tarot and oracle deck fans, but also creators, you can get your work published at no cost to you, and to be able to have royalties, another stream of income for yourself or your family through doing something that you love. Because as you guys know, I have published my own tarot decks, such as the one I'm about to pick up right now, the Gentle Heart Tarot deck. And it's just been an amazing experience that I want to make possible for you too. And having my company, Bow Life, just allows me to reach so many people. So I will be talking more about this and the opportunities moving forward, as I'm currently building a team and an infrastructure to make this a possibility. So if you're interested, make sure that you stay tuned with my content, group number one, as I am going to be talking about it publicly, not just, in confidence here within the group that you chose today. So let's move further into your reading, shall we? We've got the Tower reversed. So there are some situations here in the Tower that can be very tricky. You may know the Tower as a card that is actually about kind of energy going all over the place, and in a way also a little bit of mass destruction, right? The Tower is a card that a lot of people fear because it speaks of very sudden change, release, and in a sense it can also mean a downfall. But the Tower showed up for you in reverse, so I can see here that an unexpected thing about this relationship is that your person has been through hell, but they've picked themselves back up. And now nothing can stop them. Nothing can make them go back to that dark place that they've been in the past, group number one. And I see here within the Tower reverse that they have rebuilt their foundation in a very sturdy type of manner. The Ace of Diamonds shows me that they were once in financial difficulties. Now, because they come from a fortunate background, the person with whom your next relationship is going to be with is actually someone who may have had help from their family to pick themselves back up. And I see here within the Ace of Diamonds that that gave them like a second chance to build a business and a career for themselves that is actually sustainable. And these mistakes that they made, I see that this is like a secret from their past. This is not something that they like to share with anybody. They feel a little bit embarrassed about it, and they want to just forget about it because it's not part of their present. So next up, we've got the Nine of Swords. Okay, so we have a confirmation of that. So the Nine of Swords confirms that that is like their biggest nightmare. You finding out about that they've made some mistakes financially and professionally in the past. Oh, okay, we've got a few more cards popping out. The Devil, right? They don't want to talk about it. They do not want to bring this into the relationship, as I see within the Ace of Cups, which represents a new beginning, romantically speaking, and just new relationship beginnings, that they're afraid that this new start of the relationship will be harmed, like we have here in the Three of Swords, that will cause a breakup or heartache. If they tell you about the fact that they have had some downfalls, they have had some businesses and financial decisions that they made that were not the best. So they're worried about their image and how you see them, because their public image is pretty important to them in group number one, and they don't want to kind of let anything that puts them in a unfavorable light into the relationship. So that's where you may have to really dig to get answers from them, and that's where they are potentially keeping some secrets, because to them it's not necessarily a secret. They just don't feel like it matters in the current situation and relationship that they're in with you. Okay, so when you're with this person, talk to them about it. We've got the semi-square as well as the south node. Ooh, this confirms what we were talking about, group number one. We've got a lot of tension in the past. Okay, so the semi-square is all about this type of like grating feeling almost, right? This friction, this clashing, and the south node speaks of the past, and their past really clashes with the present, group number one, and they don't like that about themselves. Their past is something they wish they could forget, and they wish they wouldn't have to bring up again, and they also wish that people would just give them a fresh start and a new beginning. They absolutely do not like the tension that their past brings up every time it is mentioned in a room, especially with family who know about their past, because they just want to be able to move on with life without being reminded of mistakes that they've made. So that's what I see here with your person. Spirit, what else do we need to know about the person with whom group number one, all my beautiful souls, are going to be with next, and about the timing and any other details you may have for us? So we've got new beginnings. We spoke about this, right? Your relationship is like that breath of fresh air, but here with the semi-square and the south node, this relationship is like commemorating the new beginning. It's commencing the fact that they're leaving their past behind 100%. They don't want it with them. I see here within the willpower that this person with whom you're going to be with next, this next significant relationship, is actually one that they have willed into being because they did not want to continue living life alone. They did not want to continue to be with someone who reminded them of their past and maybe even their shortcomings. I see here that they are the type of person who can overcome a lot thanks to their pretty privilege. The person with whom you'll be with next, this next relationship and fated soulmate connection, is one with filled with a lot of beauty. We had Venus earlier as well. So that definitely also speaks of just inner and outer beauty. And in a way, this relationship also has some parts where you have to be careful that you don't fall into shallow waters of just trying to impress other people with the things that you own with your person. Next up, we've got financial health. So remind yourself here, finances aren't their strongest suit. If they didn't have their family to help them, then maybe they would spend way too frivolously and be in a really difficult situation. But happily, they come from a spot where they don't have to worry that much about the consequences, but nevertheless, it is important that you take the upper hand when it comes to financial planning, as financial health is something that may be jeopardized if they fall into some unhealthy patterns. And you don't want for their family to have to bail you out of the situation or to move back into a spot of tension financially that they've been in and that simply did not work out. So next up, we've got the bee spirit, we've got the elves, and the guardians of the land. So you've got to protect your assets that you got with them. And the best way you can do it in this relationship is by being playful. Don't feel like you have to be too how do I put this? You don't have to be too harsh with them when talking about money, prosperity, and financial health. They understand. They're more of a lighthearted person. They don't like to have super heavy conversation. So keep it playful and talk about how important it is for you to protect what you've built in the relationship, especially finances, and that if you want to leave a legacy for your children or for just overall those who come after you, who you've inspired, who you consider family, you have to be very careful how you spend right now. So that's what I deem as very important here within the relationship. Then we've got algaes as well as Barkana. So within algaes actually corresponds to the letter Z. There, we have it. I remembered. So algaes actually stands for the elk, and it is like a protection. It is symbolic of a shield and self-defense. So you will have to defend yourself from people who want things from you and this relationship. And you're the one who kind of fends them off, okay? And you're the one who is kind of like the planner, right? We've got Barkana. You're all about personal growth, new beginnings, and you take the lead in this relationship when it comes to planning. And it's not going to be crystal clear because on the surface it seems like power is evenly distributed, but this is like your place where you help your person with whom you're going to be in your next relationship with really thrive and get to a place where they could potentially function without you if they needed to, group number one. Even though they're not going to have to, you're the one who is in charge of the finances and the financial health so that they don't need to go back to a place where they ask their family for any type of financial help whatsoever. And so you can kind of keep that portion of the relationship very private. So group number one, I hope that you appreciated my honesty about the entire relationship and with whom and when you're going to be with next, and what this fated soulmate connection means, and all of the in-betweens. Let me know down below in the comment section if you loved this sort of reading, if you found it relaxing and just nice to listen to, nice to receive. Feel free to let me know in the comment section, as I love to read your comments and your feedback on my readings and my videos. As already mentioned, if you are interested in this beautiful Aqua Aura crystal, which is actually pretty rare, there is a wait list. You can go for a pre-order and I will make sure to get you one ASAP. All the details are on my website for that, as you guys literally just shopped my stock clean and empty last time this popped up within a reading. And I'd like to thank you all for your support and for your trust in me and my readings. I love what I do, and I really hope that I'm able to bring that to you in each and every piece of content that I put out there. So group number one, thank you for being here, for spending this divine time and space with me, for connecting with me in this beautiful and magical realm. I wish you nothing but the best moving forward, and I'll catch you in one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, group number two, and welcome to your reading about with whom and when your next relationship and fated soulmate connection is going to be with. So you chose the Disney Villains Tarot deck and guidebook, as well as the Rose Quartz Crystal Point. In case you just tuned in, my name is Vanessa Somuayina, your favorite psychic here on YouTube, and I am going to guide you through this journey. So we're going to go through many different aspects, and we will first be starting off with getting an overall feel of what the vibe of this relationship is, what the meaning of this next relationship entering your life is, as well as what type of effects that it will have on you and, you know, the whys. So let's move into it, doing a little close-up of the crystal of your choice. This is the beautiful Rose Quartz Crystal Point. Now, the Rose Quartz is a stone of love, friendship, as well as just mutual affection, adoration, and respect. This is a great stone for you to keep in a crystal collection. So if you do not own a rose quartz, I would definitely recommend starting there if you want to get into collecting crystals and keeping them around your home. Also, just keeping some rose quartz in your pocket or wearing rose quartz jewelry, I can highly recommend. And I'll leave the links to the rose quartz jewelry that I make below in the description box so you can check those pieces out too. But let's move into your reading so we can get a feel for this next relationship and with whom it's going to be, when it's going to take place, and how this fated connection is going to affect your life. So, Spirit, let's know about the soulmate connection. We've got the moon as well as the page of coins. So in the moon, we initially have this major arcana card that actually corresponds to your intuition. The moon corresponds to Pisces when it comes to zodiac signs, and it stands for changeability as well as intuitively knowing. Whereas in the page of coins, I can see here that this relationship is going to be one that increases your health as well as your psychic ability, and overall you are meant to enter this relationship in order to grow as a person, to grow into your best self, and also to learn so much more about how you can become the best, most prosperous version of yourself. Because I do see here within the page of coins that this relationship is trustworthy, and that this next fated soulmate connection is a connection with a person who means to do right by you, who isn't playing games, and I see that you'll intuitively know that too. Next up, we've got the Five of Swords. So in the Five of Swords, I want you to understand here that there is a part of you that's going to feel like you're not ready to be with someone who is already so serious or who wants to get so serious so quickly about the relationship. I see here that you're very much interested in still figuring a lot of things out on your own as well. You don't want to immediately be tied to another human being. So that is like a little point of contention with this next relationship that's going to enter your life. But we're going to get into more details, so don't worry. We will be talking about who the person is, what they look like, their age, what their lifestyle's like, their beliefs, their signs, their dreams, family situation, as well as how they're doing when it comes to their income. But let's just figure out the overall predispositions that we've got for you. So next up we have the Fool as well as the Sun. Let's talk about it. Group number 2. So in the Fool, we have the first card of the major arcana within the tarot, and the Fool actually speaks of a new beginning as well as being really spontaneous and just having a good time, not taking anything too seriously. And here within Uranus, which is the planet that corresponds to the Fool, we have again that expression of change and individuality. And that's one thing that you really want to keep yours, even if you are in a committed relationship. You don't want to be in a relationship where you are so encompassed in it that you forget about your own wants, needs, dreams, and aspirations. And you also don't want to give up on your life goals just in order to be someone's wife or husband or partner. You want to continue to pursue the things that you want. That's what I see as very important with this relationship. Next up, we have the Sun. Now, the Sun is actually one of the most favorable cards within the tarot, especially the major arcana. And I definitely also do want you to understand within the Sun that this is a card that brings greatness as well as enlightenment. And it just shows here that while you do have a little bit of this overthinking going on about whether this relationship will take away from your own dreams and aspirations, just overall you'll come to this epiphany and this moment of enlightenment where you understand that you've made the right choice to be with someone who wants you to continue pursuing your dreams, and that if you just read between the lines, even when they say that they want to spend more time with you and you're maybe not as focused on the relationship as they'd like you to be, this is coming from a really loving place of them just being infatuated with you and by you and wanting to be as close to you as they possibly can. So I want to add a few runes into the mix as well to get a feel. Oh, I hope that you're enjoying the sound of these rune crystals. Okay, so let's start off with Berkana, shall we? I'll just put this little rune over there for identification later. So within Berkana, I can see here that we've got this birth, this beginning, this personal growth and liberation. Now this may stand for an actual birth, okay? So actually starting a family with this person and a birth being part of this relationship. That's what I see here. And then we have another rune. I believe this is Manas, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, which corresponds to the letter in our alphabet M. And Manas is all about the self as well as culture and friends. So I can see that this remains very important in the relationship. The whole vibe of the relationship of your next soulmate connection is that even if there is a birth and a child and another being that you're taking care of with this person, it's kind of like a community thing where your family and their family will help out. You have close friends who want to be an active part of this segment in your life, and it's by no means a situation where you're ever alone. I see that your relationship is meant to come with a very active social life. Next up, we've got the King of Cups. So in the King of Cups, we have this notion of someone who is pretty wise and calm and also very tolerant and caring. That's the type of person that I see you being with, and that is the meaning of this relationship being such a healthy one, to be with another person who lets you be you, who can keep a calm and cool head and demeanor and doesn't put themselves in between you and the things that you desire. So overall, the health in this relationship looks really great, especially the emotional aspect of it. Next up, we've got the Ceremony as well as the Volcano. So I do see here that there are aspects of you that feel very volatile when you are thinking of family, friends, community, and so on. I can see here that on one hand, you are very excited about raising a family and going into a future with someone, where you feel like you're part of a greater community, and you feel like you're also kind of merging your relationship with being active in your community. But at the same time, you're also very protective because you know that there are people out there who may feel jealous, who may not want the best for you, and this soulmate connection, this relationship that you're going to be in next. So I see within the ceremony and the King of Cups that your discernment is what's very important when choosing who you will allow to be around your relationship and your family, and who you won't have around you and your loved ones. You have to follow your intuition. We have that here within the moon, and do so in a really loving way. Just because you don't want to be with someone or have a certain friend or person around you doesn't mean that they're a bad person. They maybe just don't suit where you're going personally as well as mentally at this point in time. And it's okay for friendships to come and go, especially when you've got new things going on in your romantic life, and you want to protect that. You want to make sure that your next fated soulmate connection is protected by you not allowing for anyone to come in who's just going to create a rift between you and your partner, or just kind of like bring things up that aren't really necessary. I see here within the waterfall that the meaning of this next relationship coming into your life is for it to finally feel effortless, for you to finally feel like you can seamlessly integrate with another human being into a sacred connection where no matter how volatile or explosive you may feel in certain situations, like if you're trying to help someone and they have backstabbed you or they're being really rude, your partner understands, and you can effortlessly integrate anything that you're going through emotionally, especially if you have a lot of emotional roller coasters and ups and downs. And that's cool because they get it and they understand you, and they're the type of person who also understands how some water sign placements and predispositions, for example, as we do have here within the moon Pisces, and the King of Cups is the king of water sign, and Pisces is definitely a sign that can be sensitive and emotional. So that's the type of energies that I see having a profound effect on your relationship. Next up, we've got River. So that really also integrates with the waterfall, right? We've got some bodies of water here. The river stands for movement, and the waterfall is all about it being effortless, right? And just kind of going with the flow and also going with gravity. So I can see within the river and the waterfall that the meaning of your next fated soulmate connection is about moving together and flowing together in a sense of covering more ground than you would on your own when it comes to learning, when it comes to growing as human beings, and not stopping one another, right? Just allowing for your interests to trickle down wherever they may, and you both watching one another and just being proud of each other and happy for the growth that you're able to experience and witness. Let's move further into your reading. We've got Saturn. So Saturn is an interesting one because Saturn is all about understanding the structures in your life, as well as any restrictions, your responsibilities, your authority, as well as your maturity. Saturn is also a planet that connects to Capricorn and the 10th house, and overall the 10th house is the house of your career, your public image, and so on and so forth. So that is quite important here within this relationship and structure, just showing that you know what you're doing, that you have a plan, and making plans with your person. That is important. And I see that if that is not something that you're able to explore with a soulmate and in a connection, things get really difficult. Let's add another rune. I hope this isn't too loud. Okay, so let's identify this rune. So here in this rune, let me think, what rune do we have here? I actually believe that this is Ingus, if I'm not mistaken. Now, Ingus stands for fertility as well as growth. This corresponds to the zodiac sign of Taurus and speaks of common sense especially. So I see within Saturn as well as this Ingus rune and the whole notion of common sense that you and your partner, you just will not be able to understand how certain people lack common sense. And the meaning of your soulmate connection is to be with someone where you know that they will just use common sense, logic, as well as understanding and maturity to deal with situations, especially if you end up having a family with this person. Next up, we have choices. Now, this relationship is one of choice, not convenience, not loneliness. So this next soulmate connection and relationship is one that will develop from a place of you both wanting to be with one another, choosing to be with one another, even though you may have some other options. That doesn't matter, because this is a relationship and connection of choice and destiny. Furthermore, we've got going with the flow again, so allowing for you to let things happen. We've got more water sign energy here. So I do see here for you, group number 2, that overall water sign energies are quite important, as well as earthy energies, energies that are grounding and bonding. But now I want to move into who this person is. I want to go into all the details about with whom your next connection is going to be with, who your soulmate is going to be in this instance, just all the nitty-gritty little details of this person. So let me just clear up the space for you, and we'll continue to move along with our reading. I hope that you're enjoying it so far. Make sure that you leave a little water drop emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you chose group 2 and that you're here and that you're ready to get into all of the little details of this person, who they are, and what type of effect that they're going to have on this relationship and your life. So let's move into it. We're asking Spirit about what makes this person who they are, so we can figure out with whom your next connection will be with. Please give us all the details. So we've got the guardians of the land, we've got the daffodil fairy, as well as the dragon. This is an interesting start to who this person is exactly. And the guardians of the land, I see that they're a conservationist, you get the gist, group number 2. They're the type of person who wants to conserve planet Earth and all of its living beings. So think Steve Irwin, for example, David Attenborough type of person. And they are also very protective over you and the people they love. I see within the daffodil fairy that they've been through a lot, and this relationship means so much to them because it is a new beginning, and power is important. I see that within the dragon, and that's not because they want power over you, group number 2, but that is because it is important for them to protect you, to ensure that they're doing everything in their power to protect the relationship with you, as well as the family that you're potentially establishing with them, and ensure that nobody gets to kind of come near you or harm this connection that is so crazy important to them. I also want to add some letters so we can figure out what their initials are, group number 2. So we've got the letter A as well as O. Let's do a close-up for you. There we go. So I'll leave that right here for you to take a look at whenever you please, but we'll move further into your reading so we can talk about a few more placements and things that are more concrete about your person, okay? So let's move into it with some of these star codes astro cards. So first up, we've got dignified as well as ascendant. In ascendant and dignified, I can see here that they're entering this relationship already being very strong. So the person with whom your next relationship is going to be with is someone who others look up to, other people respect them, and I see in the ascendant that when they make an entrance, it's a real one. Everybody turns around to see who is entering the room. Everyone wants to know exactly what they do, who they are, where they've come from, and where they're going. They're a really interesting person. And in Dignified, we've got Strength as well, again, which kind of moves beautifully with the dragon notion of understanding that power is important to them, strength is important to them, not in order to use it to have the upper hand, but to protect their loved ones and you, especially group number 2. Let's get an answer from Spirit about specific placements, okay? Oh, okay, we've got Virgo. I don't know if you saw that just pop right out of the pile. I'll place an instant replay right here on the screen for you to take a look. So we spoke about water and earth sign placements, but we've got Virgo now. So I do see here within their ascendant that we've got Virgo energy. Now, Virgo energy, this is ruled by Mercury, by the way. They're very analytical, they're detail-oriented, they are someone who is quote-unquote useful, okay? They're hardworking and very determined. Now, being ruled by Mercury definitely means that they analyze every little thing. They are a bit of a perfectionist, okay? So if you do anything with this person, the results are going to be fantastic and they're going to stay up all night to work on it. Whether that be remodeling a house with them, building a business, going on a trip and planning that trip, they're going to do so meticulously. So your person, group number 2, is definitely someone who takes their time to figure things out and puts the plans as well as the things that they want to accomplish first, and can sometimes also have a bit of a hard time taking a step back from work. I do want to add a rune to this too, but let's just pull one more card to figure out more about their placement. So we've got Jupiter. Jupiter is important. Jupiter in Virgo. In Jupiter, I can see here that we've got a planet that by default rules Sagittarius. But Jupiter also stands for abundance, generosity, as well as luck. Now, abundance is something that we see here within Jupiter, and that shows me that your person comes from a background of abundance and plenty. They are the type of person who has a lot of opportunities within their life. And I can see here that it comes from a place of people looking up to them, respecting them, and giving them a lot of power and public recognition. I did want to add a rune, so let's do that. Let's identify what we have here. So let's first do a close-up. There we go. Should be nice and crisp for you. So we've got the letter O. This is Othala, which corresponds to the notion of goddess energy, which corresponds to property, having plenty, and having a flush home. That's what I see here within abundance. Okay, your person already has a beautiful home. They already have the energy of abundance. They are definitely in the have, not the have-nots, and they have no one to share it with, basically. So they're looking forward to being in a relationship with someone with whom they can share all the wealth and money that they've accumulated and acquired through hard work and through collecting a lot of public recognition. So we have a few cards that clearly want to speak that popped out of the pile for you, group number 2. Let's move into it. We've got peace as well as boundaries. So I can see here that for you, your person is someone who just wants to lead a peaceful life, and at the same time, they had to set boundaries with friends and family because they realized that coming from a place of abundance and having worked hard to get to where they are, a lot of people wanted a piece of their cake and they weren't willing to give it up, especially to people who weren't there during the struggle or who were just on the sidelines watching. They're the type of person who has set boundaries because they do not want to continue to be used. And I see here within prosperity that this actually helps them to hold on to their prosperity because they're not feeling the need to just share it with absolutely everybody, group number 2, and they don't feel at all like they owe anyone an explanation as to why they're keeping their money to themselves, and also just everything that they've worked hard for in the earthly realms. Next up, we've got the home as well as grieving. Now, group 2, this is a really interesting one. They do a lot of grieving in their home. They cry on quite a few nights because there is something that has shaken them to the core, where your person just still feels very hurt and they feel like saddened, like there was a huge loss within their life. And I want to figure out exactly what that's about. And this also lets us understand that your person has gone through transformation, as we have the symbol of the butterfly here that is kind of illuminated with this light, with this epiphany. They don't go out a lot, they don't party a lot, they don't do a lot of drinking or anything like that. They are a very introspective person who likes to engage in self-reflection, and it is also very important for them to have enough alone time. So what do we have here? We've got self-reliance. They've had to fly solo, and I can see here within self-reliance and talking about grief is that they had someone by their side whom they were really close to, and ever since that person stepped out of their life, they have had to do everything by themselves. So think of the person with whom your next fated connection will be with, being someone who lost a parent not long ago. They're still in the stage of heavy grief. They lost someone very close to them, and now they know that they have to continue by themselves. And while they're trying to stay strong, it's still not easy. I see here within celebration that letting go and having fun is something that they're trying to learn to do again, but it's just been a very long time for them. So that's also why this relationship is so healthy for your person, because they simply need to learn to thrive and have fun and have a good time again. They need to learn to laugh without feeling guilty, to smile, to enter a new relationship without feeling like they're betraying someone who doesn't have the opportunity to see them in this position, right? So do you know here that they have a little bit of guilt? Okay, their lifestyle is kind of very chill. They don't have too many friends. They don't like to go out too much. And they are overall the type of person who others most likely find to be good looking, but not in a way that it like turns heads that much, if that makes any sense. There's someone who is well respected, but not because of their looks, not for pretty privilege. Next up, we've got these solar flares. So in these solar flares, I do want you to know that this is someone who has been able to activate their prosperity from a place of grief. So they maybe were never in a situation where they were that affluent or fortunate until they really just focused on work and put their head down because they had no other choice. And that's how they coped with the loss of a loved one. Now, putting their head down and focusing just on work means that they were able to distract themselves from the pain, the hurt, and the grief. But on the other hand, that also means that they're still dealing with it. They're still figuring out how to process hurt and grief and pain. And this is an area of life in which they may need your help. So know here that the person with whom you'll be with next is someone who is open and willing to do the inner work, but may just need a little bit of that extra support. But now I want to get into figuring out when and where you will meet them, what time of the day it will be, what time of the year, the weather, the location, whatever we can figure out, we're going to get into that next group number 2. So allow for me to clear the space for you. Take a nice deep breath, maybe get yourself a drink, make sure that you're sitting comfortably. If you're on your way to your next location and destination, check in with yourself and figure out if there's anything you can do to make yourself feel more comfortable. Readjust. Know that this space is for you. These readings are meant to help support you and make you feel like you're in a place of calm and grounded energy. So take all the time you need in order to readjust and put yourself into a space where you can just enjoy this time that is 100% yours. Now we're going to move into the where and whens. I will get straight into it with the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, which some of you may know is actually the tarot deck that I authored. This was my very first tarot deck I ever published. However, this is the second print run, and I'm very excited to use these cards because I just feel so connected to them. And I'm sure Spirit will be able to bring us some beautiful messages about the whereabouts of your person and when you will be in this next relationship. So we've got the Chariot, we've got the Four of Diamonds, as well as the Moon reversed. So don't listen to your intuition right now. I know nobody ever says that in this space, but I can see in the Four of Diamonds and the Moon reversed that you are in a space where you're a little bit afraid of never meeting someone or never being in that true soulmate connection and relationship. And your thoughts are getting in your way. Your feelings are getting in the way of truly understanding your intuition. And they're kind of coding your intuition with this film of fear, which of course is just wreaking havoc and causing more anxiety than necessary. Because one thing that I can see here in the Chariot is that we have some steadfast movement towards this relationship and this connection. Because the Chariot is actually a card that corresponds to the sign of Cancer, and the Chariot is the protector. And we spoke about how your person is very protective. So they may have strong Cancerian placements. I can definitely see that here in the Moon reversed as well. And I want you to understand here that Cancer is ruled by the Moon. So while Cancer does not correspond to the tarot card that represents the moon is a symbol in itself, right? Cancer is ruled by the moon, which is all about emotions and feelings, and it is the protector of the zodiac. So I can see here that you will meet them sooner rather than later, even though you may feel very pessimistic right now, group number 2, even though you're not sure whether this connection is going to come into your life anytime soon. Trust me, it's going to be sooner than you ever expected. Next up, we have the Two of Crystals. You're going to have to leave some of this overthinking behind, at least some of it, group number 2, because in the Two of Crystals, we have this feeling of just personal power and boldness that you've got, but you're not able to fully embrace it unless you let go of the doubt and the worry and feeling as though, well, you know, I always think something's going to happen and nothing ever does. So maybe I should just forget about love, or maybe I should just forget about fated romantic connections. Please don't do that, because here within the Temperance card, I can see that you sometimes can jump to conclusions. In the major arcana, actually the Temperance corresponds to the sign of Sagittarius, and this is a card that speaks not only of, well, temperance, but also balance, also understanding that life is a combination of having fun and health and meeting people, but also to some degree there will be some disappointments and some learning lessons, so that when you meet someone who's really meant to be with you, you'll know that it's the right one. You'll know that this is the connection that was meant for you. Next up, we've got the Three of Diamonds. Now, the Three of Diamonds is an explanation of foresight, okay? It shows some leadership here. And I see that you will take the lead and meet this person. So taking the lead when it comes to, for example, downloading a dating app, asking some friends whether they want to set you up with someone or whether they know someone, taking the lead when it comes to speaking to them first. So I see you are the initiator. You are the one who is going to speak to this person first. And I see with the Three of Diamonds that this is going to be in a work environment. And you speaking to them first, it may be strictly business and work related and 100% professional first, but that then kind of opens the door to other conversations that are more personal, where you get to know this person and understand who they are. So I want to add a rune in right now with a message from Spirit for you, group number 3, because I feel called to. These crystals do just make very distinct noises. Okay, so we held on to one rune. Let's decipher what this rune means. So this rune actually corresponds to the letter E in our language. And within E, we've got Ewas, which corresponds to the symbol of the horse, as well as partnership. And I can see here that you're going to meet them in a place where you're meant to work together and you're taking the same mode of transportation together. So for example, think to yourself going on a train or in a kind of a carpool with this person and meeting them like that. Maybe even going on a flight if your work requires for you to travel and fly somewhere. You're going to meet them during a time of movement and getting from point A to B, not for the relationship, but this is going to be work related. Okay, so think a work trip. Next up, we've got the air spirit. The air spirit is filled with knowledge, but it is also, again, one of movement. As you see here, we've got this little sailboat type of mode of transportation here, and it also connects to the number 1, which is that number of initiation, which shows us with the chariot that you will initiate the first conversation, and you won't even know that this is like initiating a conversation with someone with whom you'll be in this romantic connection with, as you'll be focused on work and just communicating what must be communicated before you move into a space of having fun. But very quickly, I see here in the forest temple, you'll have this epiphany, this moment of enlightenment where you understand that this person is actually really cool and that you could picture yourself doing so much more with them than just talking, if you know what I mean, group number 2. So let's add a little more to your reading about more timing, things like that. So we've got big happy changes that are gonna come first. So upon meeting this person, you will realize that your life is changing in the most magical and happy way. And I can see here that you have the opportunity to meet them just within the next few weeks, group number 2. This is really exciting. So within the next few weeks, you will start to feel and realize that there are some big happy changes in your life, that things are just starting to fall into place and move together for the better. And I can see here within freedom that this makes you feel like you get to choose. And being in this relationship is a choice. It's something that you want. And this connection is one that is mutually wanted, both by you and this person. Then we've got time to decide. So making a decision based on your heart's true desires is what's going to happen here, because you're just going to intuitively know that you want to be more than friends with this person. You want to experience so many things in life with them. And it's like this inexplicable knowing as soon as you connect the dots and you have that aha moment where you're like, oh my God, this is my person. This is the person I've always wanted to be with and I've always waited for and I always hoped would enter my life. Let's see what else that you can look out for when it comes to meeting this person. We've got dream time. So you're already going to dream about them and you're already going to figure out exactly who they are from a dream. Now, you may not remember the dream, but keep a little journal next to the side of your bed so you can write down people who appear within your dreams, because this person with whom you're going to be in your next romantic and soulmate connection with, they have already appeared within a dream of yours, and that is a way of you already figuring out exactly what they look like and who they are. Next up, we've got the lake. So there's going to be this moment of stillness and a big body of water surrounding you when you get to that point where you both kind of say to each other like, hey, I really like you and I really want to take this to the next level. As I can see here that you are going to really meet them eye to eye in a romantic sense, most likely at a lake or some big body of water where you're both just standing and talking, and that's most likely where you will share your first kiss, your first intimate romantic moment where you both understand that you want this to be more. Now, group 2, if you made it to this point in your reading, we still have more information for you. Then make sure that you leave a little boat emoji below in the comment section to let me and others know that you're still here, that you're enjoying your reading and just taking in the vibes as well as the messages, because I'm going to clear the space for the last time for you now to figure out any more information that we may have missed. So any other details that we maybe have not yet covered, like spirit animals, maybe some struggles or challenges that they're going through, secrets that your person may have, all of those nitty-gritty little details. So allow for me to clear out the space for you, and we'll continue to receive more insight about this connection of yours and what's going on with it, what's happening with this soulmate connection that is fated and meant to be. Okay, I'm just going to move your crystal a little more further up here. So let's continue to get into it, shall we? Going to use these cards that represent runes. We did use some actual runes, but now let's go in with some of these oracle cards. So we've got Rido, we've got Uruz, which stands for the ox, as well as Ansus and Jera. So I do want to start with Uruz. So one thing that we haven't spoke about yet is their physique. I see here within Uruz that we have someone who is strong, who's powerful and courageous, and who pays attention to their physical body. They're most likely well built, and I do also see here within Jera that there's someone who pays a lot of attention to what they eat. They like it to be locally farmed, locally sourced. As we spoke about, they are a conservationalist. You get what I'm trying to say, group number 2. And so it's very important for them to only kind of have locally sourced food and produce and things like that. They're very mindful of the planet and their impact on it. Furthermore, within Ansus, that's what we've got here. We've got the letter A, which corresponds to this rune, and this is a rune of truth as well as communication. So they're a very real and truthful person, and they will tell you if they feel like you're eating unhealthily or your lifestyle is unhealthy, because to them a healthy lifestyle is like the most important thing. And I see here within Rido, which stands for traveling, that your person is a well-traveled individual. They have been to a lot of places on planet Earth. They have seen a lot of different cultures and ways of living, and they have brought a lot of those traditions and different things that inspired them back with them. Okay, so if they, for example, travel to Japan and they loved a specific dish that they had there, they brought that recipe home and they've learned how to cook it and how to traditionally serve it and enjoy it. If they've traveled to Kenya, for example, and they absolutely loved how people take care of the nature and the animals and how much kind of love that they place into conservation in some areas there, they bring that back. They bring that heart back with them to wherever they call home and implement that, because they're a person of the world, not just of a small town. They're someone who wants to always take into account that their normal is someone else's foreign, and also vice versa, right? So let's move a little further into this portion of the reading so we can figure out what else is going on with the person with whom your next fated connection is going to be with. Next, we've got life purpose. So they have a life purpose and they feel very strongly about this life purpose, and I want to find out a little bit more about it. Okay, so while they may just be all about conservation in their lifestyle, maybe their life purpose has to do with another area too. But maybe it's just only the environment. Maybe it's only conservation. Let's figure out more details about their job and lifestyle. so we've got a career change. So they were not always in this career. And, ooh, okay. So I can see a career change here to one that is a little bit more connected to earth, flowers, planting. I see that they are embarking on a new career, will be embarking on a new career very soon. And this person wants to do something that brings them more joy. So they may have been working a traditional 9-to-5 in the past, but they changed that because they just found that it doesn't bring them the kind of happiness and feeling of purpose that they desire from a job. And that's where flowers come into play. I can see here that their purpose has everything to do with growing, nurturing, also having flowers and other plants around them. So they may actually even be someone who works in the agriculture business, right? Like farming or developing ways of farming more sustainably, bringing food to people that is more sustainably farmed and sourced. And they want to be one of those responsible people in a field where sadly a lot of individuals and businesses are pretty irresponsible at this point in time. I see here within love that your person is so endlessly compassionate, and the person with whom you're supposed to be with next, your next relationship, is going to be filled with more love and compassion than you even know what to do with, group number 2. So you've never experienced such love, such care, such thoughtfulness from another person, and so much consideration. And I do see here within the winter solstice that makes you reflect on past relationships and ask yourself why you sold yourself short in so many instances and for so many people who really didn't deserve to be around you or to be with you the way that they were, because they simply didn't appreciate or cherish everything that you did for them and all the ways in which you put yourself out there for them. So this relationship is not one that's going to make you resentful of the past. It's more like an eye-opener that's letting you understand that you can have standards and you don't need to lower them, okay? You can have wants and needs and deal breakers, and that's okay. You don't have to change them for anyone. Next up, we've got strength and empowerment. I do see here that the more you tell yourself that you're allowed to have boundaries and deal breakers and enforce those boundaries and like your personal laws, so to say, the more that you find your inner strength grows, because you don't feel as though you're at the mercy of other people's goodwill or lack thereof. That's what I can see here. And I can see that this relationship just gives you that extra support and that person who is like-minded and has your back that you've always needed. I see here within the thicket of thorns that right now there's a lot of uncertainty in your person's life. I can see that there's a lot of uncertainty about this job. So we did talk about your person starting a different career, one that's more fulfilling rather than one that's, for example, corporate or makes the type of money that people would expect for them to make in the job that they're in, but they see a future where they are, and they know that passion, purpose, as well as earthly abundance goes together. But sometimes it can be hard at the start, right? Just like, for example, doing music or writing or being an entrepreneur, doing stuff that you're really passionate about, a lot of people would say it's not worth it or that there isn't any money in it, but nevertheless, there are people who are living their dreams and they're still successful enough to lead a comfortable life, or a life that's even beyond comfortable. And that's what I can see here that your person is going for. So they need someone who believes in them and who is also in a sense playful, who can have fun and look into the future and just be open-minded and think big, because that's what I see here from the person with whom you're going to be with next. They are someone who thinks really big. They are someone who's very open-minded and fun and playful. I see that in the elves, and they don't want to be bound in chains by society's standards or by whatever it is that parents and friends may have told them is the best thing to do. They want to do what they feel is best for the planet, the environment, and them, and everything that matters to them. They want to live life fully just for themselves and nobody else. So your person is very independent. They don't really give too many F's about what someone else has to say, group number 2, and they're really not someone who is surrounded by any drama or is even interested in that. So they don't like to watch, for example, reality TV or the news or anything like that. No dating shows, nothing of those sorts. Next up, we've got the 7 deadly sins. They actually consider that to be humanity's destructive traits, right? Putting, for example, relationships on blast on TV and causing even more drama and more of a rift and ripple effect of negativity. They feel as though the news is just like a source of more destruction. It's just a source of inspiration for more negativity and more people to garner attention through doing shocking, horrible, terrible things to other people because they know they'll get this little moment of fame on the news. That's what your person feels like. Next up, we've got new beginnings. So in new beginnings, I can see that you're starting a completely new life with this person, group number 2. So this is a fresh experience, a fresh start for both you and the person with whom this next relationship is going to be with. You're both rising like phoenixes from the ashes. You may have been smacked down before when it comes to love and connections, but this is a new start and you're wiping the slate clean on both ends. They're doing so for you, and you're doing so for them. So overall, this seems to be a very fair relationship. This seems to be one where we've got the spirit animal of the phoenix that's connected to your person, but we most likely have a very strong earth and water sign energy like we spoke about throughout your reading and those placements that we mentioned and saw. So group 2, this is all about your next important soulmate connection, the next relationship with whom it's going to be with, when it's going to be with. I do want you to know that you're most likely going to meet them during warm times, summertime, where there's still growth in the earth and the plants. In the previous spread, we had within a few weeks' time from you seeing this video. So I hope that this resonated and that it brought you joy, relaxation, and that you just enjoyed the vibes. Now, group 2, also don't forget to check out bowlife.com if you're interested in my tarot decks or my crystal jewelry or my masterclass on how to become a great tarot reader. It is relaunching soon, but my first version is still on there. But no matter what version you're a part of, no matter when you purchase my course, you will have access to both versions as you actually receive lifelong access at any given point when purchasing my online course. So for all of you who are interested in learning everything that I can teach you about tarot, that's a great resource for you. So all of my beautiful souls of group number 2, thank you so much for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me. And I'll catch you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, group number 3, and welcome to your reading. You chose the Tarot of Curious Creatures as well as the Amethyst Point Crystal in order to help guide you to figure out with whom and when your next relationship and fated soulmate connection is going to be with. So first, let's do a close-up of the Amethyst Point that you chose. This is the absolutely stunning Amethyst crystal. You can find these on my website, bowlife.com too, but I've got extra large ones. They're about 10 times the size of this one and make for really beautiful, inspiring ornaments in the home, as this is a stone that brings out your sixth sense, your psychic ability, as well as your intuition. I also have my runes prepared over here so we can add those into your reading. But first, let's start off by figuring out what the overall vibe of your next relationship is going to be like, what the meaning of this relationship is, and also why this relationship is coming into your life. So let's get straight into it, group number 3. I hope that you're feeling relaxed and just as excited as I am to figure out what your next relationship will be like. So let's get into it. First up, we've got the 5 of Cups, as well as the King of Cups. And lastly, we have the Seven of Cups. So I can definitely see here within the cups, the suit of cups, that we have this water sign energy that's present, because that's what the suit of cups corresponds towards. And in the King of Cups, we have someone who is usually very wise, very diplomatic. There's someone who is also caring as well as calm, and they have strong water sign energy. So think to yourself, a Cancerian, Scorpio, or Pisces. They're an imaginative and sensitive person. And I see here in the Five of Cups and the Seven of Cups that in your next significant relationship, emotions are going to be the most important thing. The Five of Cups does show me that there is some regret from this person when it comes to their emotional well-being and how they lived their life prior to this relationship. So for your person, being with you, your next significant relationship, is meaningful because in the past they kind of let their feelings get the best of them, and they were also hurt and very traumatized. Where I see here within the Seven of Cups that they're choosing to take this new option and this new route that really aligns with them. So think of the person with whom your next relationship is going to be with as someone who is really mature and knows what they want right now. Whereas in the past, they kind of just went for people, romantically speaking, that looked good or that seemed like they would be a great choice physically, but internally it was just not it. So this next relationship is meant to be one where two people who get each other on a deeper level are with one another, as you've both kind of been with the good looking types that maybe don't resonate with you as much. And that doesn't mean that you're not going to be in a relationship with a good looking person. It just means that your priorities lie elsewhere. Looks aren't the most important thing. It's of course one of the things that you're looking out for, but it's more important to you that the relationship is filled with a lot of maturity as well as mutual care, love, and understanding. Next up, we've got the Hermit. So in the Hermit, I can see here that this relationship is meant to get you out of your shell and out of a place where you spend a lot of time in solitude. Furthermore, the Hermit corresponds to Virgo, and I want you to know that this is all about service, what you can do for others, and once again, coming out of this feeling of just introspection and solitude being the main focal point. Seeing a light at the end of the tunnel and choosing to speak to this person about your feelings and let your guard down a little bit. That's what I see as the meaning of this next relationship that's coming into your life. Next up, we've got the Chariot. So the Chariot is all about forward movement, and I want you to also know that it corresponds to the number 7 in the major arcana, and the Chariot is a card of victory as well as self-assertion. Furthermore, the Chariot also corresponds to Cancer, which is the sign that is kind of like a protector, if you will. So Cancer as well as Virgo gives us this earth and water sign energy. We spoke about the significance of the water sign type of energy within your reading when it comes to your relationship and the next significant relationship that you're meant to be in, group number 3. So we have that continuing on with the Chariot and you moving very quickly into a next connection and relationship with someone who is very water sign heavy. But let's add some runes for you just so we can figure out exactly whom this relationship is meant to be with. Okay. Let's decipher what we have here. So I'm pretty sure we've got Sowilo, but also another one. We'll start off here with Sowilo or Sowulo, depending on how you read the rune. So this corresponds to the letter S in our alphabet, which stands for the sun, strength, energy, health, as well as success. This rune is a very significant one here within your relationship, as this relationship is teaching you how to focus on the good rather than the difficult, and teaching you to see the glass as half full instead of half empty. So this person is not only going going to bring you out of your shell, but they're also going to show you that being outgoing doesn't have to be scary and that the world is a really bright place if you allow it to be. Next up, we've got the letter A, I believe, within our alphabet, which corresponds to this rune, which is called Ansus. And Ansus is the rune of truth as well as wisdom, and I see that here with the King of Cups. We spoke about the meaning of this relationship being that you're with someone who is real. You're with someone who is insightful, who is communicative, and who no longer wants to be in a shallow relationship with someone who they consider to just be good looking and not have anything else to offer. They want the full package, and they're going to take time in order to find that. So I see that this next relationship that you're going to be in, it's all about deliberately choosing to be with this person, and vice versa, them choosing to be with you very intentionally. Let's add one more rune into the mix. I hope this isn't too loud for you, group number 3, and you can kind of enjoy the crystal rune ASMR. So let's see. Okay. Now T's corresponds to the letter N, and this is a rune that speaks of the necessity to be with one another and also like overcome hardships. I see that this is someone with whom you can finally be really open and real with, and you feel like this person, this relationship is a safe space. So the meaning of your next significant relationship and this next faded soulmate connection is all about having a place where you don't feel as though you have to hide or be fearful about how you feel in general, but you can simply just express what you're going through, and you have a partner who understands, who's there for you, and who's willing to listen and really open. Next up, we've got love. Ooh, okay, group number 3. So the meaning of this next relationship is definitely deep, real love. Finally having found the one, finally having found that perfect soulmate, and feeling as though the love is mutual. It's not just coming from your end of the spectrum or theirs. There's this mutual attraction and deep love that goes beyond anything that is simply physical. And true love is something that you need to feel, but I believe you can also see it. So this next relationship in your life is going to be a relationship where when you and your partner look at one another, everyone in the room can tell that the love is real, that it's sincere, and that it goes beyond your looks, even if you're both good-looking individuals. I see within commitment that this next relationship is meant to bring you some commitment that you've maybe struggled with in the past, and that commitment could also have to do with finding the right person with whom you can start a family with or continue building your family with, whether that be with four-legged family members or, for example, kids. This commitment runs deep, and I see that after having lots of disappointments within your lives, it is just such an amazing feeling to know that you're with someone who is 100% into the relationship and 100% just into the commitment that you've built with one another. I see here within well-being that your next significant relationship is going to focus a lot on wellness as well. So going on hikes together, making sure that you're eating healthily, holistic living. That is what I see here, because longevity is another type of commitment that is an important aspect of the relationship and also an important factor to continue to keep the love really strong, right? Because without longevity, you may go through a honeymoon period in a relationship, but that relationship won't last all that long, right? If it's just a very short whirlwind romance situation. So there needs to be commitment to long well-being, to the type of longevity that you need to be in a relationship forever. Next up, we've got animals. So there will be animals in and around this relationship of yours, this next significant one. So think of adopting a cat or a dog, any other type of animal. I see here that four-legged, very kind of loyal types of animals, they don't have to be four-legged, but just animals in general are an important aspect of your next relationship. And maybe being with an animal lover is a telling sign for you about who this person really is on the inside. And you, as well as your future partner and fated soulmate, loving animals and everything about them, is definitely a point where you both connect with one another and where you both see eye to eye. I see within clarity that this relationship is meant to show you that there are people like yourself, especially if you feel like the world has been a little bit of a lonely place. Group number 3, there are other people who have been through similar struggles and hardships like you've been through, and they've still come out the other end ready to love, ready to be with another person. So I can definitely see here within clarity that that is an aspect that is important in your next significant relationship. Also, just being very real and honest with one another. We spoke about that in the King of Cups. Just because you're being real and honest, and that may hurt someone's feelings, that doesn't make you a bad person, right? Quite the contrary, if you especially try to deliver messages very softly. So I'm now going to move further into your reading with the Gentle Heart Tarot deck. Don't worry, group number 3, we are going to get into more about the person, like their looks, their age, their career, the type of location that they're living in, their family situation, all of those types of things. But now we're still discussing the main vibe of the relationship and its significance within your life. So next up, we've got the 9 of Diamonds, as well as the 10 of Diamonds and the King of Diamonds. Wow, this is all about diamonds. And diamonds, in case you didn't know, in the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, which is actually the tarot deck that I published and authored. I'll leave the link below. This is the 2nd edition, and I'd just like to thank all you beautiful little unicorns for supporting all of my tarot decks and publications. I am the luckiest mother unicorn on the planet to have such an amazing supportive audience who allowed me to make these dreams of writing and publishing and printing my own decks come true. So thank you so much. But let's come back to the diamonds, right? In the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, the suit of diamonds corresponds to the element of earth, and the element of earth entails Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo energy. We did talk about this a little earlier, right? When we spoke about the Hermit. In the Hermit, we had that connection to Virgo. And within Virgo, we have that earth sign, right? So in the King of Diamonds, I can definitely see a connection to a Virgo, whereas in the King of Cups, we've got a King of Water signs, most likely Cancer. As the Chariot, which is the 7th card of the major arcana in the tarot, corresponds to the Cancer. And in the King of Cups, we've got the King of Water, so Cancer, water sign. You get the connection, group number 3. So we've got strong Virgo placements as well as Cancerian placements within your relationship and your person. The 10 of Diamonds and the 9 of Diamonds shows me here that the meaning of this connection and this fated soulmate relationship is about that earthly stability and building a legacy with one another. Also building a family and a healthy surrounding, because everything earthly isn't just money. It's also your home. It's also your health. It's also just your day-to-day life and how you spend your time. Everything that is kind of more of a finite resource. So while there does seem to be an infinite amount of money on the planet, it's still in a way finite how much you can access at any given point, right? And time, that's also pretty finite, because you know that you have a certain amount of time on this planet and it is not unlimited in this way and shape, in this body that you're in this lifetime. And furthermore, your health is also like a finite resource, because your health aligns with the time that you have on planet Earth, right? In this form that you're currently in. So all of the finite resources and also having an abundance of those, that's what I see as the meaning within this soulmate relationship of yours, group number 3, and creating stability, because the number 10 as well as the number 9, these are very favorable numbers, as they definitely show that you've got discipline as well as affluence here within this relationship and a certain amount of permanence. So we did talk about building a legacy and ensuring that you've got enough resources to live your life in a way that's super comfortable, and that's what I definitely see as the main meaning in this relationship. Having everything in the earthly realms connected and tied to one another in a healthy way so you can experience life. Because if you're constantly too busy working and you never have time to enjoy money, that's an imbalance, right? And if you have a ton of ideas of what you could do but no resources to do it, that is again a type of imbalance that one would try to avoid. But I see that the main reason why you're pairing up with this person is because of the maturity. We've got that in the King of Diamonds. Your person is really great at business, and so are you. We've got King of Cups and King of Diamonds energy, and you both have the same goal, and you want to live life, not spend your entire lifetime worrying about earthly things. You want to use them in order to facilitate an amazing life. And in illusion, I can see here that this relationship is meant to break the veil of illusion and see past it, as we live in an age where there are tons of images of relationships that are quote-unquote goals between people who find it more important to flaunt wealth and a certain lifestyle rather than actually living it or actually being able to afford it, right? We live in the age of credit cards being way too accessible and debt being something that a lot of people struggle with. So being with someone who understands that it's not about looking flashy, but actually living life in a stress-free, calm, gentle manner, that is the goal of this relationship. I see here within vacation that another important and very significant factor of your next relationship is travel. This next soulmate connection is meant to open your eyes to a lot of different traditions and places on planet Earth, and you're meant to go on adventures with one another, not only to relax, but also to find clarity, to see other places, and to understand where the grass is a little greener on the other side, but how many things that you and your significant other have to be grateful for. So group 3, I will now clear out the cards for you as we're moving into this next portion where we're talking about who your person really is, what their lifestyle is like, what their beliefs are, what they look like, their age, their background, all of those details. So please allow me a moment to just clear out the space for you so that we can continue on with your reading and cover as many details as possible. I hope that you're enjoying being in this space and that you feel relaxed and like you can just safely tuck yourself into this little nook and cranny, mentally speaking, where you can just take in your reading, be in the moment, and simply be. You don't have to be anyone but yourself. That is all that you need within this safe space and safe container, group number 3, just you being authentic and being yourself. However, let's move further into your reading, shall we? So we'll figure out more about who this person really is, what they look like, their age, all of that. So first up, we've got the 10 of Swords. In the 10 of Swords, I can see that the person with whom your next relationship is going to be with, they're kind of a worrier, if you will. They're the type of person who is always kind of looking out for everything, and they try to make plans for the future because they absolutely cannot stand to be too spontaneous in different areas of life where you could just use logic in order to avoid issues. So they don't wait till the last moment to pay bills or to open mail or to make plans when it comes to what they would do in their career. They do that ahead of time. I see here within the Empress that your person is a wildly good-looking type of person. The Empress corresponds to planet Venus, and Venus is the planet of love as well as beauty. So it's very significant when it comes to that. So your person is conventionally super beautiful, and do also know here within the Empress that they're a very creative person who values love, but also all things that are beautiful and the finer things in life. So they've always liked that. They've always been into it. They like to dress well, and they like to avoid putting themselves in unpleasant situations ahead of time. So for example, making reservations at restaurants, they do not like to just go and see whether they'll get a table or not, because they take time to dress up and groom themselves and take the time to go out. They want it to work, so they're not just going to see whether they get a table, they will make a reservation. The same goes for their work commitments. Rather than just seeing if they'll get a promotion, they would rather kind of create an extra stream of revenue so that they're not just dependent on one person, because one thing that your person absolutely cannot stand, that is not being prepared. Next up, we have the Four of Coins. So in the Four of Coins, I can see that they're the type of person who wants to be in control of finances. That's very important for them. They are someone who can almost be a little bit possessive about their financial situation. So it's important for them to not make any big rapid changes or sudden changes unless they've properly thought it through. So if they buy stocks, they're buying stocks for the long term. If they invest their money in real estate, they're doing so in order to build an empire that they don't have to shuffle or move around for decades. And in the Four of Coins, furthermore, I can see here that they are pretty frugal in a lot of aspects of life. They don't like to waste money or spend money unnecessarily whatsoever. They want to make sure that they always get an amazing return on their investment. However, don't feel like they're like Scrooge McDuck or anything like that, or they're super stingy, as the Empress balances out the fact that they do like the finer things in life and they will invest some time and money and energy in that. Next up, we've got the Two of Coins. They understand that there is a balance. Now, that is one thing that makes your person really amazing, group number 3. They like the balance between spending money where it makes sense and investing really frugally where returns are high, but at the same time, they're not going to stop themselves from living life just in order to invest all of their money, or just in order to have as much money as possible to put into stocks or real estate. They still want to live life fully while making financially sound decisions. So that balance, like we have here within the number 2, right? We've got the Two of Coins. That is super important to them. Let's move further into your reading to figure out more about who your person is, shall we? We've got the first house. Now, the first house, that is the house that concerns the personal identity, the physical body. I see that that's very important to them. We've got that with the Empress as well. And the first house is actually the house that corresponds to Aries. That is the default sign. And it also shows that they're quite the initiator when it comes to physical changes. So they're not going to wait till they're out of shape. They will initiate working out or initiate taking care of their skin or better care of their hair to avoid them looking old or feeling old. That's what I see here within the first house. And in the North Node, they are this planner that we spoke about. The North Node confirms that because they don't like uncertainty within the future. If they can plan something, they will. Let's add some runes to your person. Okay, what do we have here? Let's take a moment to identify this rune. So here we have Manas, which corresponds to the letter M within our alphabet. And Manas is all about culture, friends, and also where they integrate with that. So it's very important for them to have friends and to have a social life. That's what I see here within your person. And next up, we have a clear rune. So the clear rune is actually a symbol of destiny and fate, which means that this is the type of person you're meant to be with, and there's not really anything you can do to change this, group number 3. You're meant to be with someone who plans ahead, who looks into the future, and to whom it's important to do whatever they can in order to create as much safety and certainty as possible for the relationship, but also themselves. So if planning is something that drives you crazy, group number 3, then get ready to get used to it. And if you love that, then you're really going to enjoy this next soulmate relationship that's entering your life. Next up, we've got the Daffodil Fairy. In the Daffodil Fairy, I can see that your person is someone who loves new beginnings, to start things afresh, so they'll be really excited to be with you. And this new beginning comes with a lot of love for spending time in nature with you. That's one thing that I can see here. I also see within the fire spirit that there's someone who's very energetic, so spending time outside is a great way for them to recharge. And being energetic comes with this feeling of wanting to always do something. So your person is usually pretty busy, okay? They are the type of person who's always trying to keep themselves occupied, and they're never bored. They're always learning and always transcending. That's one thing that I see within the Pegasus. It's important for them to know a little bit about everything so they can have a deeper understanding of other people and cultures and ways of life. They don't like to rule anything out, and if there's one thing that they've learned within their lifetime, group number 3, then that is to never say never. That's the type of philosophy that your person is rocking. Next up, we've got the Raven Spirit. They're also a truth teller. They're a very real type of person, group number 3. So your next relationship will be with someone who is relentlessly honest. They would never lie to you or another person, because that's just simply something that they don't only think is uncouth and lacks integrity as well as elegance, but it's just something that was done to them a lot in the past, and they want to avoid at all costs making anyone feel like they're less than, or making anyone have to overthink whether they're being told the truth or not. They treat people the way that they would want to be treated too, group number 3. Next up, we've got the semi-square. So in the semi-square, I see a pretty difficult aspect within their birth chart. I see some tension here when it comes to their personal placements. We've got Ceres as well as Cancer. So we've got a difficult angle here, and I see that with Cancer we have that water sign energy, and we spoke about the water sign energy earlier within your reading. We had Cancer within the Chariot, and you can't make this up. It is very clear that the universe is trying to communicate to you that they've got Virgo as well as Cancerian tendencies, but very mature and grown ones. The Cancerian is typically a sign who finds family to be very important, who is protective and nurturing, and I see here within Ceres that we have just that, right? A symbol of nurturing and caring. And I do see that sometimes there is very conflicting energy here for this person, because they want to be caring and nurturing, but at the same time they sometimes also do too much and overextend themselves, and then they end up feeling like they never had time in order to simply like chill and enjoy life, because they were just always so self-sacrificing in romantic relationships and also in building their own family. So your person gives their all as often as possible, and sometimes you need to stop them. I see here that your person, your next relationship, is going to be with someone who has a very interesting ancestral type of history. So think of them having some sort of native background that runs really deep, and where you can just tell that they come from a lineage that is meaningful and where truth lies. So an ancestry that has been able to connect with nature for thousands of years, that has nurtured the land, and that is in a way very magical. And to just have your person be like part of that lineage and an extension of it, you can feel that there is generations of wisdom as well as energy that's flowing from your person. We had 2 kings within the reading earlier, which tells us exactly what type of mature as well as well-mannered individual that they are. We have another card that popped out of the pile, which was the iceberg. Now I see within the iceberg that a lot of this is only coming to light now. So they're maybe doing an ancestry test, and the person with whom your next relationship will be with is not physically the type of person who you can just tell comes from this part of the world or that part of the world, okay? They look very racially ambiguous. They look in a way different, but also not so different from you that you can tell exactly where that would be from, if that makes any sense, group number 3. So then taking some sort of ancestry test gives a lot of answers as to why it was never 100% clear where they were from, or why they maybe have some holes in their story of their lineage and how far it goes back. Next up, we've got the fog. Now in the fog, I can see that your person works in a very secretive type of environment, and a lot of energy is required from them. So a secretive environment could be, for example, law enforcement. It could be the government. It could also be a business that keeps its own secrets in the form of recipes. Think, for example, big companies that sell drinks that have special ingredients that literally only 12 people on the planet know, but the companies are so big and worth so much and literally employ hundreds of thousands of people, but there are still secrets within that company that only few know. That's what I see here within the fog. They are definitely the type of person who is trusted with a lot, as the caves shows me that they're a sanctuary to many. So they're an advisor. They're someone whose opinion is highly valued within a company, and the type of person who people come to in order to bring secrets and ideas and to store away information, because they know that your person would never say anything to another individual, especially if it's not discussed, if it's not been agreed upon prior to doing so. So your person has a very important role to play within their career, and they're very sought after because they can keep a secret, but they're also very honest when they need to be. Next up, we've got love again. So group number 3, your person is really loving, and they're the type of person who is ready for love. They're ready for a family. I can see here that their family situation is a little unclear, so your person may have some estranged ties within their own family situation, so it's hard for them to really talk about it, as we didn't have much show up within your reading. We've also got, a blank rune, which just shows that their family situation is a little more difficult, but they want to do it differently moving forward. They want to start a family with you and extend a family with you, but not have those same generational curses and traumas passed down. Next up, we've got strength. So within strength, I can see here that they've got really strong beliefs, and their strength is definitely the fact that they never give up. They get up no matter how many times that they may fall. I see that here within strength, as well as the fire spirit and the energy that's attached to it. And furthermore, your person is someone who, while they're still at the beginning stages of what they can accomplish within their career, they've already done quite a lot, and they're looking forward to what can come next, as I can definitely see that they have a long way to go to where they are satisfied with their own accomplishments. Let's just figure out a little bit more about their job and their lifestyle, maybe also their income. So we've got writing. What they write is very important, whether it be emails or actual literature or books. And we've got author. Okay, so they are the author to some very important bodies of work, maybe even secret bodies of work. And I can see here that they best express themselves in the written form. So when you're meeting this person, dating this person, know that they'll have a very poetic ring to everything that they write. Even if it's just a text, it's well written. They don't make any mistakes with grammar, and they're most likely a very highly educated educated individual as well. And they most likely also went to a very good school, which again may point to the fact that they broke some generational curses and don't want to continue on with maybe their past generations' habits of not being able to be in school for as long as they wish to, maybe out of necessity or out of cultural beliefs. I see that your person here is really breaking the mold, and whatever they write is meaningful and is so valuable to the world. So we'll now move further into the reading to figure out exactly when and where you will meet them. Okay, the time of day, for example, the time of year, what's the weather or the location going to be like. We're going to get into as many details as we can from Spirit, and we're just going to be open to what pops up for us, group number 3. So I hope that you're ready to get into this. I'll just clear the space for you and just create kind of like a fresh slate so that we can take a moment to move into this next part of the reading to receive even more clarity about your person. How are you doing, group number 3? Leave a little heart emoji below in the comment section if you made it to this point of your reading and you're still here and you're enjoying yourself, you're vibing, you're relaxing, and you feel like you're in the moment. If you're here, you're doing something amazing for yourself because you're giving yourself time and permission to just be focused on you, your love life, and being in this present moment, existing right now. So let's move further into it, right? We will talk about when and where you're going to meet them. So let's get into it. Let's continue on with your reading. Oh, I've been loving your reading. It's so interesting to see what's going to happen in your next relationship and to figure out all of these little details, isn't it? So first up, we've got communicate clearly. We've got wait. So you're going to first have to communicate very clearly to the universe what it is that you want out of this relationship, what type of relationship that you desire, group number 3. So creating a goal or a vision board about this relationship is really helpful, right? So putting little images up of what you would like and then being patient afterwards. But it's important for you to know what you want out of the relationship. Only like that will you be able to manifest the type of lover that you desire. Spirit, give us an idea about the timing of this. We've got your situation improving as well as a big yes. So we've got some improvements happening very, very soon for you, group number 3, about your entire situation with your love life. And I can definitely see that moving forward, you are meant to be in this relationship. You are meant to enter this space soon with a person who's ready for love, who's ready to build, and who's ready for romantic success. Okay, we've got yes again. So we've got 2 yeses for you. This is a very, very enthusiastic response from Spirit, group number 3. I hope you know that. I hope that you can see that. We've got success. We've got yes up here as well as yes down here. So as soon as you communicate clearly what you want out of your relationship, you will find that everything will improve and work out in a way that makes you feel content, and you will be able to forgive any exes that hurt you in the past, that made you feel you weren't good enough, or like there was something wrong with you, like maybe you couldn't do better romantically speaking and in relationships. But that's not the case at all. So let's add a few more cards into your reading so we can gather more information. We've got the winter solstice. So meeting them during the winter solstice, during a time of slow growth as well as reflection, is one thing that I can see here. And we've got music. So connecting and bonding through music and in a space where music is being played. We also have a violin here as well as another instrument, and I'm not sure what the name of this instrument is. If you do know, group number 3, feel free to educate me below in the comment section. But I do want you to understand here that meeting them during a quiet or rather quiet time of the year, during winter, during a time of reflection is what I see coming for you. And meeting them, for example, at a gathering and get together where there's music that's being played, where people are taking in different harmonies and symphonies, that is where I see as the spot where you will be meeting them, group number 3. Furthermore, we've got the Two of Crystals, so you'll be talking to somebody else. Think of being at a party, talking to someone else, and then turning around and there they are. And I see here within the moon reversed that it's going to feel like your entire world just flipped. We've got a lot of yeses within your reading, which also shows me here that you will not even need to ask yourself whether this is the right person for you. You will just intuitively know. And we've got the Judgment card, which actually corresponds to planet Pluto. And, well, do we call Pluto planet? But you know what I mean, which corresponds to Pluto. And this is also the body of forgiveness as well as resurrection, which connects beautifully to the forgiveness card that we had show up for you, group number 3. So Judgment shows me that you can immediately let go of any hurt and any pain that you encountered and endured and were maybe still carrying around with you from past relationships when you meet this person, because it just simply doesn't matter anymore. It's like a lot of weight is just instantly going to fall off your shoulders the moment you meet this person with whom you're meant to be in the next relationship with. Then we've got the Seven of Diamonds, the King of Cups reversed, which we already spoke about, right? And we could have had any king show up, but we've had the King of Cups here, which is the Cancerian, which is the king of water signs reversed. And the Seven of Diamonds shows me here that there's someone who gives you this feeling of being nurtured and taken care of, whereas the Seven of Crystals shows me that you're able to simply kind of let your guard down in a way, because you don't feel like you have to defend yourself. You don't feel like they're the type of person who is constantly testing you. While the Seven of Crystals can be a symbol of defending yourself and to some extent very masculine, aggressive energy, I see within the King of Cups reverse that you will very quickly come to notice that that's not the situation. This person is not kind of questioning you, they're fascinated by you. So you feel like you can immediately relax when you meet this person in this venue, in this place such as like a wedding, a work get together, and you can just enjoy the music, right? And enjoy the conversation with them and get to know them and be yourself, have a good time. Next up, we've got Ruse, which actually corresponds to the ox. That is what this rune connects to, and this is just a card deck with the symbols of the rune. So I see here that they are the type of person who really loves how strong you are physically. So if you're someone who isn't rail thin, or even if you are rail thin but you've got, you know, some nice muscle definition, you're a strong person physically, you're a healthy person, you don't have to look a certain way to be strong, right? Because we always have this perception people who are packed with a lot of muscles, but actually a lot of people who go to the gym all the time and have these very large visible muscles, a lot of them can also suffer from illness a lot, right? Because they're training too much. So being really healthy looks different for all of us. For you, it may look like just a normal body, not very many muscles, no definition, no six-pack. But for someone else, maybe it's really easy to have a six-pack and they literally struggle to put on weight. So body acceptance and understanding what your body is in its healthiest state, this is an area of exploration that you are invested in, and I can see that your person really loves that. They are immediately attracted to you physically in this space where you're going to meet during winter and during a time of the day where they can properly see you, okay? So it's most likely not going to be nighttime. Next up, we've got Tiwaz. So within Tiwaz, we have the symbol, or Tiwaz, however you'd like to pronounce it. We have the this leadership and authority type of energy, being the first to try something new. And I see that this will be the first time that you're at this venue or in this place. So think of, for example, a wedding or some sort of get together that you're invited to, and it's the first time you're going there. You don't know this place, but you're still putting your best foot forward and you're leading with confident energy, and they love that. And that's what's going to make them want to talk to you and come up to you and literally just start a conversation with you. I also see here within Tiwas as well as Urus that you're most likely going to be wearing something that is defined, but yet something professional and not too kind of risque, if you know what I mean. Now, that doesn't mean that you'll be completely covered up or anything like that, but you're going to be looking casual, sporty, but still elegant. That's one thing that I can see here from your reading. Next up, we've got Ansus. So in Ansus, we've got the letter A again. We pulled this rune physically earlier for you, and this is the rune of communication, insight, truth, and wisdom. And I do see here that you're going to be sitting at a table, eating with this person, communicating, being very honest, truthful, and relaxing. So think a dinner party or a party that has some sort of seated dinner aspect to it. That's where you will meet them. Next up, we've got Feihu. So within Feihu, this is a great time that you're spending here. This is an expensive event, which again leads me to definitely think that this is someone's wedding. This is maybe a get together at a hotel, a very lavish birthday party or launch party. And I see here within Feihu that we've got abundance, money, and wealth in the place while you're meeting them. Okay, so a lot of influential people, a lot of wealthy people. It is an expensive and very affluent location that you'll meet them in, and it's going to be an extravagant event where you meet this person, and you'll be wearing something sporty and chic, but at the same time still elegant, right? Still elevated, but it shows off the side of you that is practical, and it shows off the fact that you're unafraid to really accept parts of your body that you know look healthy and look good, and kind of step away from feeling like you have to conform to society's standards, but you're conforming to what feels good for you, what makes you feel the most attractive. So we will now move on to clearing your spread again, group number 3, and talking about any information that we may have missed up until this point. So I'll clear the space one more time for you, and then we'll just let any random messages come through that Spirit may have about your next relationship and this soulmate connection, this fated soulmate connection that you're meant to be in. And we're just going to see what type of surprises are going to come towards us, group number 3. So simply provide me with a little moment to clear the space for you, and I'll be right back with you. Okay, group number 3, are you ready to figure out any other details that we may have not been able to cover just yet? Because I know I am. Let's start off with their initials, group number 3. I've got some letters right here for you. So we've got the letter H as well as Z. What else do we have? We also have the letter I. So Z, H, and I for your person and your next significant relationship. But we'll of course add some tarot and oracle cards into the mix so we can figure out more information. So we've got the 9 of Wands as well as the 8 of Wands. So one thing that I see here within the 9 of Wands immediately is just the fact that you're going to go on lots of really fun adventures with this person, and that there's someone who has super amazing levels of perseverance. The 8 of Wands shows me that this relationship is not just going to start immediately. They're going to have to chase you for a little bit, as I see here within the Eight of Wands, that they aren't afraid to take really quick action. Your person, your next relationship is going to be one that you're undoubtedly going to know was right, because this person didn't give up. And that can be very rare in this day and age, to find someone who doesn't give up, who doesn't just give in and continues to try to better themselves. And when you tell them what you're looking for, they try to kind of bring out those traits in themselves as well, because sometimes it can be a little test as well to see whether someone is flexible enough, right, to show that they will try hard to, for example, be spontaneous if you love spontaneity, or make dinner reservations if that's something that you really like because it works well with your busy schedule. You want to see someone be able to adapt, not change themselves, but adapt in a way that allows for the relationship to thrive in the long run. Next up, we've got the Three of Cups. So I can see lots of parties, I can see a lot of fun, and I can see here that you're going to go to get-togethers with this person that involve friends, family members. They're like the perfect date to take with you, especially when there are other people involved too. Then we've got the Two of Cups and the Ace of Cups. Now this is very favorable, as the Ace of Cups, not the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Cups speaks of new romantic beginnings, group number 3. And the Two of Cups, as you can see, this is a bond. This is some romantic chemistry of someone who has found their soulmate or their twin flame. So we definitely have a really amazing development here for this relationship. And one thing that we haven't covered is the fact that you are meant to be with this person, and you're meant to have fun. You're meant to go out together, to have drinks, to laugh a lot, and for things to move in a really fast-paced type of way. I see here within the Eight of Pentacles that you work hard and you play hard. The Eight of Pentacles shows that you've got like the diligence and the knowledge and the eye for detail to excel at work, both of you, and you like to spend as much time as possible, of course, increasing your skill set, getting the extra diplomas or degrees that you need. But at the same time, like when that clock hits 5 or 6 p.m. or 8 p.m., whenever it is that you get off of work, maybe it's 6 a.m., it is time to play. And you did not come to just take things easy or have like a light little night out or a light fun day in the nature. You are experiencing great things with this person that create great memories. So rather than going on little walks, you're going on some amazing hikes. Rather than just going to a little quaint bar, you're going to fun concerts with this person. You're having these moments where you're experiencing things that you know you're never going to forget, and you know you're just always going to have fond memories of. So memories and making memories, that's really important in your romantic connection, in your next relationship. And that's really what keeps things interesting and also keeps the romantic spark alive between you two. Next up, we've got the Spirit Guardian of Summer. Now, the Spirit Guardian of Summer shows me here that this is the time of the year where you really have the most fun with your partner during summer. This is an expansive time. Maybe you live in an area where summer is just literally the best time to do things because there's a lot going on, and maybe the weather also just plays along a lot more during summer. And I see within the Spirit Guardian of Summer that they feel very connected to the summer, so sometimes winters can be a little bit more boring, but you are going to meet this person during winter, so at least your first winter together is going to be a really fun one. Next up, we have the Fire Spirit. So in the Fire Spirit, I can see here for your person that they always put a lot of energy into all their relationships, even their past relationships. They put a lot of effort and energy into them. So this is someone who will go the extra mile to make you feel really happy. Let's add a rune too, shall we? Okay, let's decipher what we have here within this rune. I hope you can see it, group number 3. So within this rune, we've got algaes, I believe. Algaes stands for the elk, and it is a symbol of protection. It is like this shield. And I can see here that They shield themselves from any type of drama, gossip, or negativity. Your person does not like that. We have that in connectivity to the fire spirit and the Eight of Wands. It's almost like they run away from people who cause drama and who just simply want to gossip. They don't like that at all. So if you have friends or family who tend to gossip, they're going to stay far away from those individuals. Next up, we've got Berkana or Berkano, depending on how you read your runes. So this corresponds to the letter B, and this is the rune of birth, new beginnings, personal growth, as well as freedom and liberation. So there may be some sort of birth situation here with Summer and the spirit guardian of Summer. That may be why there's this expansion happening, right? An expansion of an extra family member, a literal expansion, because when there is a birth on its way, there is this growth, which really corresponds to Berkana and makes a lot of sense. So a summer birth, for example, if you do decide to start a family together, but keep in mind here that a birth does not just have to mean a birth of another human being. This could be the birth of a business, okay? That is like a baby sometimes, or similar to it, okay? Not comparing any of you parents' hard work to starting a business at all. They are two very separate things, but what I'm trying to refer to is the fact that, you know, it means a lot and it takes up all of your time and energy. So your expansion here with the next relationship is one of commitment. So either committing by having a child or some sort of expansion to your family, a four-legged family member, or a business venture. Next up, we've got the bear spirit. And I see that this is so healing because one of you has a very toxic relationship with their current work, so maybe with coworkers or a boss, and just overall the type of work that you're doing. And I can see here that just expanding beyond what you've known up until this point is something that you thrive in, and that's just so needed in this relationship. With the Enchanted Fern Grotto, we have this refuge, and the refuge being a relationship that is starting. So this relationship to your person is a refuge because they've never felt so safe like they feel with you. And that's why this relationship works, because this person is very energetic, they're fun, they're adventurous, they like to do things in a sophisticated way, so they don't like to go out and just party in clubs or bars or something like that. They like to meet up with friends and have a good time. They like very select partying, right? They like get-togethers that are elegant and not too wild. And I do see here within the Enchanted Fern Grotto that you are like a safe space that they can come to when they feel like they've got no life force left, when they feel like everything's too much, because you will always listen, you'll always be there for them, and you'll always give them some fantastic advice. Next up, we've got the Epiphany here. So I see that multiple feelings of enlightenment and multiple epiphanies are going to take place during this relationship, during the course of it. Now, these epiphanies are life-changing moments where something changes from 1 minute to the next, basically. So again, the birth of a child or a business can be like that epiphany and a big life change, but it could also be an epiphany in a spiritual sense where you both, for example, come to the understanding that you no longer want to spend time gossiping or surrounded by negative people, or you no longer want to live in a world where you're unaware of what you're consuming or eating, and you want to make sure that you only consume things that are healthy, that are pesticide free, that don't support slave labor or anything like that, for example, child labor. So that is where, in seeking clarity, I see that you're growing together, learning together, watching lots of documentaries with one another, and uncovering some of the deep, dark truths of this world that we live in, and then actually walking the talk, not just talking the talk, but walking it. Next up, we've got resilience. So you're rising above tribulations with this person. One thing that we have not yet covered is that their past relationships, they broke as soon as things got difficult. Let's figure out exactly why. Okay, we've got two runes. We're going to start off with this one right here. Let's identify this rune together. I believe we have, is this Ansu's? No, this is Fehu, actually. Feihu stands for money, wealth, as well as abundance, also luck, prosperity. I can see here that that is why the past relationship broke up. And then here, let's identify this rune. I hope you can see it. Group number 3, we've got Lagus, which corresponds to the letter L. And Lagus actually is connected to the element of water, which stands for like the flow, renewal, but also emotions. Okay, the symbol of water is a symbolic sign of the inner world. And I see here that money was something that caused a lot of emotion, that stirred a lot of kind of drama in the relationship. So money was an issue and a problem in the last relationship that your person was in, and also the reason why they broke up and the tension, the emotions that money brought up. So someone definitely had a hard time when it came to finances and was unable to separate that from the relationship. But a lot of relationships definitely struggle with this. So it's nothing to be alarmed of. It doesn't mean that your person is weird or bad in any sense. Next up, we've got confrontation. So there were a lot of arguments, fights, confrontations when it came to the topic of money and finances in your person's last relationship, which ultimately broke it up because they felt as though it was just constant arguing and not really any raising of standards. The peacock shows me that your person is frustrated by people who simply complain but don't do anything about it. And they were in a relationship with someone who definitely had a lot of difficulties around finances and their programming with it, but kind of refused to take responsibility. And that's where I see that your person couldn't continue to be in the relationship. They couldn't continue to support that. So they had to go their separate ways because the entire connection was just becoming too toxic. And so things broke apart because your person raised their standards and reminded themselves that they simply don't want to be with someone who complains but does nothing to aid the situation, right? They didn't want to be the company that misery loves. They wanted to get right out of there. I see within animals that your person comes with pets, your person comes with animals. I see that your next relationship is going to have animals within it as well. And within travel, I also see that traveling is going to be part of it. Now, of course, you're going to have to make sure that those animals are taken care of, either with friends, family, or some sort of like animal boarding facility. But your next relationship is all about discovering the world, but also taking care of a little 4-legged or no-legged creature together, maybe an 8-legged or 6-legged creature. There are all types of different animals that you may surround yourself with and love to have within your life. Next up, in psychic abilities, don't be surprised if you end up in your next relationship with someone who has psychic abilities and just like a sixth sense. It's almost like they have this clairvoyant part to themselves, this clairsentient part, as we do also have a lot of water within your reading. And it is important for you to bear in mind that they may not know this. So you are most likely the one to notice this and to gently nudge them and be like, hey, I think you have a gift that you're unaware of. Let's explore it together. So I definitely see a very psychic side to your next relationship. Then we've got family. It's very clear for you, group number 3, that starting a family, whether that is starting off a family with a 4-legged companion or a family member in the sense of a child, I can see that this is what your next relationship is going to do. It's going to create family. It's going to create that expansion that we had in Berkana, as well as the spirit guardian of the summer. And undoubtedly, you're going to merge forces. So whether you come with pets, your partner, whether you already have children or your partner does, you're going to merge those seamlessly with one another, and you're overall just here to expand. It's like the more the merrier. You don't feel as though you want to partake or be a part of any type of petty talk or feeling any way about expanding the family. You are not feeling bitter or sour about your person coming with some quote unquote baggage, or that's maybe how other people would see it as. For you, it's just the more the merrier. The more beautiful living beings can live with one another in harmony and come together and expand to create almost like this tight-knit little community that we call family, the better. And you're taking in more people into your family, creating new friendships with people that you're meeting throughout this next relationship. So having a big family is what I can definitely see moving forward. You may not know this now, but because things are working so effortlessly with your understanding of who this person is and they are such a reliable soul, it isn't so hard for you then to picture expanding businesses and parts of your family, maybe even adopting four-legged or human friends, human babies into your family to either take care of for a while, temporarily, to babysit, or for the long run. You can see yourself doing all of that with this person. So all of my beautiful souls of group number 3, we are now at the end of your reading, and I hope that you enjoyed this and that you found it insightful and that it was fun. Make sure that you leave a little, let's say a dolphin emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know that you were here throughout your entire reading, that you enjoyed it. Also, make sure you don't forget to check out my store, bowlife.com, for all of my crystal jewelry. You guys always ask me where I have my rings from. It's from right there. We're also going to be stocking some new, very exciting pieces with really rare gemstones. You can find crystals on there, my tarot decks, my How to Become a Great Tarot Reader course, which I am about to relaunch as well, and a bunch of other fun resources. So go to bowlife.com. Don't miss out on the really exciting new drops that are coming, or maybe even already there by the time of me uploading this video. And yeah, we ship worldwide, all the way from Switzerland, in just a couple business days with DHL. For any of you who were wondering, because those are some of my most asked questions too. So thank you for being here and for allowing me to uncover these messages to you. Know that I'm sending you so much love. I hope that you're having an amazing time, and I'll speak to you during one of my upcoming predictions. Hello, group number 4, and welcome to your reading about your next relationship and fated soulmate connection. You chose the Tazama African Tarot deck as well as the Rainbow Angel Aura Crystal Point. Let me show you a quick close-up of the stone of your choice. This is the absolutely stunning Rainbow Angel Aura Quartz Point. I did used to stock this on my website, bowlife.com, but we sold out of them. This is literally my specimen that I've had for years. This is the last remaining piece. So when I say get your Angel Aura Quartz quickly, I mean it, okay? Because the Rainbow Angel Aura Quartz Point that you chose for today's reading is a really rare stone that brings forth prosperity as well as abundance. But now let's get into your reading so we can figure out exactly with whom and when your next fated soulmate connection will be with, and what this next relationship is all about. So during this part of your reading, by the way, I've got runes over here too to help us uncover more important messages. But during this part of your reading, we'll be talking about the overall vibe and meaning of this relationship and why this relationship is entering your life, period. So first up, we've got the Hermit. We've got the Three of Wands reversed, as well as the Seven of Pentacles. Let's talk about it, shall we? So in the Hermit, we've got a major arcana card that actually corresponds to the sign of Virgo, and the sign of Virgo is the sign of service. Furthermore, I want you to know here within the Hermit that this is a card that stands for introspection as well as guidance, but also solitude. So I see that this next relationship of yours is going to be a really private one. And furthermore, with this type of Virgo energy, we have a very healthy, steady person that's coming into your life who has a steady job. And knowing here that the Hermit card corresponds to Virgo shows us that this is also someone who's really diligent. The Three of Wands reversed is definitely a card that shows us that they are the type of person who you have to move out of their comfort zone. So you're the fun one in the relationship. You're the exciting one. As the Hermit definitely shows me that they're someone of more introspection, whereas the Seven of Pentacles reversed does also show me here that they're usually very focused on making money, on working hard, and you kind of bring balance into the relationship while not taking away from the depth this person has to offer. As we spoke about within the Hermit, they aren't afraid to be alone. However, they would rather be in your company than alone, but they're definitely someone who is also very understanding of you being preoccupied with other things. Next up, we've got the Ten of Cups as well as the Four of Swords. So I can immediately see within the Ten of Cups that this relationship is meant to bring you happiness, fulfillment, love, and joy. The Ten of Cups is a card that is all about peace and family, togetherness, having everything that you've ever wanted out of a relationship, and really having like your happy end. So this person is meant to be like that fitting, not the missing piece, but the fitting puzzle piece that goes together with you, because you're already whole by yourself. You don't need someone to fill any type of void for you, not at all, but you definitely need someone in order to feel as though the relationship aspect of your life is fulfilled, in a sense that you can be yourself and you can respect another person's boundaries, and together you can build a family, you can build an empire, as well as a legacy. Now, the Four of Swords shows me here that this person is someone who needs a lot of rest, as they also like to contemplate. So this relationship is actually meant to calm you down a little bit, because this is not an impulsive person with whom you're going to be with. This is someone who thinks before they act. We spoke about the Hermit and there being a lot of Virgo energy here, and you are meant to be in this next relationship with someone who shows you how to not be impulsive, how to not be reactive, whether that be to someone who is testing you, a situation that you feel compelled to speak up in, but you haven't really thought through what you wanted to say, right? So for example, in a work meeting, while you may want to stand up for yourself, it's also important to ensure that you're doing so in a diplomatic way. And this person is showing you that best balance between doing what's right, but also getting results and keeping, your head held high and the respect going strong for you. I see within the Magician here that we have a card of the major arcana, actually the very first one, which corresponds to the planet Mercury, which is the planet of communication, but also intelligence. In case you didn't know this, Mercury rules Gemini as well as Virgo, and we spoke about Virgo energies in the Hermit, so this person definitely has strong placements within that, maybe even within Mercury. But we will move more into that further along within your reading. The Magician is actually a card of action as well as conscious awareness, and it shows a deep sense of concentration. So this is the type of person inspiring you to be the best version of yourself. This relationship has an important meaning in your life, group number 4, because rather than feeling scattered or than feeling like you have to prove yourself, this person is showing you that you're already so worthy and whole as you are, and that you never need to feel the need to prove yourself to anybody, especially if someone is making you feel like they lack respect. Don't try to overcompensate. That is what your person is showing you how to do. They're teaching you how to remain calm, level-headed, and how to reflect rather than impulsively react and get emotional. I see here within the Nine of Swords that furthermore, they are also someone who struggles with a bit of an irregular sleeping pattern. I see within the Nine of Swords that they have frequent nightmares. They sometimes worry a lot. So I do see that this relationship is one that is meant to not only support you, but also make you kind of happy for the fact that you've got someone here who supports you and who understands that it's not always easy to be you, who also worries about things that you go through, because they're someone who deals with a lot of kind of anxiety on their own. They understand what it must feel like to go through maybe depression or an eating disorder or a personality disorder, whatever it is that you're going through. Group number 4, your person gets it as they go through different phases and cycles of struggling to get to rest, to sleep, which can be really hard because they thrive in a place of sleeping and self-reflecting and regenerating themselves. But the Aspen Spirit shows me that this relationship is meant to show you just how courageous that you can be, both of you. So your next relationship is all about that courage, is all about fighting through blockages, difficulties, nightmares, and fears. No matter how your fears or your struggles may try to keep you up at night, you both know that the only thing that you can do is to continue to push forward and to motivate one another to keep it going. Life can be quite a difficult, taunting ride, but at the same time, what's the alternative, right? We might as well just try the best that we possibly can. Next up, we've got the Dragonfly Spirit. The Dragonfly Spirit shows me some change here. So this relationship is meant to bring rapid, quick, magical change into your life. And it's definitely meant to teach you a lot of new things that you knew nothing of before. And within the Secret Spring, I see that this is actually the recipe to success within this relationship. The fact that you come from 2 very different worlds and you're able to teach one another so many different things, whether that be different cuisines, different traditions, how to organize yourself or take care of a home. I definitely see here within the Secret Spring and the Dragonfly Spirit that you teach one another the best of your world, and combined that makes for a very fun, intricate, strong combination. The Wood Nymph shows me that a lot of people are jealous of this next relationship of yours. A lot of people wish that they had this because you not only look great from the outside and on a topical level, you don't only look very good together when it comes to outer beauty, but people can tell that there is a lot of affection and love in between you and this person with whom you'll be in your next relationship with. And that makes people kind of envious. That makes people kind of want the same. And in a way, your relationship is also inspiring to a lot of others, because despite you both having your own individual struggles that you go through on a daily or a monthly basis, you still find it in one another to push each other forward. The 6 of Diamonds shows me here that people are going to want a lot of tips. So this relationship, your next relationship, is meant to inspire others and is here to help you have a tool and a vessel to educate other people. So think of, for example, working with your future partner, right? And both helping to educate the youth or people within your community on how to deal with conflict in relationships. And that's not to put your relationship on a pedestal. That's just to show that you are open enough to be vulnerable in this relationship and to show to other people how they can deal with difficult situations, with situations that sometimes are detrimental to relationships, how to get through it and how to come out the other side stronger and really thriving with one another. Next up, we've got the Page of Cups, which is about intuition, being imaginative, but also very loving and intimate. And this is a big change to how life is without this person. So I can see that this relationship is meant to bring you a lot of exciting romantic revelations as well as changes, and kind of a spicy time in the bedroom, if you will. And I do see some worry here with the 9 of Swords. Your person is worried about what you're going to think about them naked, what you're going to think about them in the bedroom, where you're in the High Priestess. They do kind of remind themselves every now and then that it's okay, that they don't need to worry, that they don't have to try to take ridiculous action to change things immediately. Like, they can just be themselves, because your next fated soulmate relationship is meant to be one of being intimate with one another emotionally, not just physically. The High Priestess is also a card that corresponds to the moon, and it's all about reflection and those feminine cycles, the feminine energies. It's not about action, it's actually all about the action that you let be and postpone for a different time. So again, this relationship is meant to teach you about non-action, about taking the right action and taking a moment and a step back to reflect. And your person with whom you're going to be in your relationship with is the perfect role model for that, because they never do anything in an impulsive manner. They always think things through and take a moment to reflect, whether they're making plans with friends or doing something in business that requires a big decision to be made. They excuse themselves from the meeting or from the suggestion to meet up, and they say, hey, I'll just check my schedule, my itinerary, I'll just think it through and get back to you later. So they never say yes to anything in the moment, especially if they already know they may regret it later on and then have to look for an excuse. Next up, we've got the Magician again. So the Magician showed up for you in the Gentle Heart Tarot deck, which is actually the tarot deck that I authored. So it showed up there for you, as well as in the Tazama African Tarot deck, which is the deck that you chose, group number 4. And again, the Magician is a card of action. And then when you do think things through and you know exactly where you want to go and what to do next, that action can be confident. So do know that this doesn't mean that your relationship is going to teach you to be a dreamer, to be passive, or to be too afraid to do the things you really want to do. This relationship is all about teaching you to reflect on what would be the most effective action rather than scrambling and just doing things. And then when you do take action and you do go for that job interview, or you start that business, or you do actually get back to that person who is rude for you, you're doing so in a very diplomatic way, and you're actually creating a place where people respect you and can tell that you're in control and you receive the results that you really want. But now we're going to move into who your person is, like what they look like, potentially their age, where they live, just details about your person. So I will clear the table for you, and we can get into who your person is, group number 4. So just give me a little moment, if you don't mind, to clear out the space, cleanse the energy for you, and we'll get into the next part of your prediction. Okay, group number 4, let's move into who your person is exactly, shall we? And we are going to use runes for this too. So first up, we've got the sun. Within the sun, we've got the source, right? This is the source of life, but the sun is also a symbol of leadership. So your person is a natural born leader. They are very creative, and they've got a lot of vitality, and they have a strong sense of self and identity, if you will. Leo is ruled by the sun, and that is all about willpower, right? It's all about confidence when it comes to Leo energy. So they may be a Leo sun, but again, the sun just by default rules Leo. We have a lot more to figure out about your person. We've got the moon too. Okay, so in the moon, I can see here that they are also a very intuitive type of person. They are someone who is in tune with their feminine side and their masculine side, as we have masculinity in the sun and femininity within the moon, and they are very nurturing, and they know about their sensitive side. They don't see it as a weakness. They actually see it as a way of knowing themselves and therefore having the upper hand, because they don't have emotional outbursts. Your person knows exactly when they need to take time to themselves and when it's important to respond. Then we've got Uranus. Now, Uranus is the planet of change, but Uranus is also the planet of the unusual or unexpected. Your person is highly unique. They are all about individuality inside and out, and they also look very different. Okay, your person is not the average Joe or the average person, so to say. They physically stand out from a crowd as well. And in case you didn't know this, all of my beautiful souls of group number 4, the moon rules Cancer and Uranus rules Aquarius. But let's move further into your reading. Those are just the default signs that are ruled by these different bodies, but let's figure out more about your person. Then we've got Venus. So within Venus, we've got sensuality, right? We've got love, we've got their creativity. Actually, Venus corresponds to the card of the tarot that is the Empress card, and Venus also rules Libra as well as Taurus. So we've got a few very interesting placements here for you, and I can't wait to get into figuring out exactly what those mean as we're going to go into great detail with it. So we've got the 3 of Pentacles too. The 3 of Pentacles here shows me that your person is all about teamwork, planning, as well as working together with others. And that's how these placements work with one another. Their Sun, Uranus, Moon, and Venus placements work beautifully with one another. It is not only an intricate combination, but it's one that serves its purpose really well. So we've got the 5th house as well as Gemini. So within Gemini, I can see that their Sun or Venus may be in Gemini, maybe also their Uranus. Either way, know here that this air sign is one of communication and collaboration, which works really well with the 3 of Pentacles. Your person loves to work in a big team. They don't like to be alone, and the 5th house shows me that they're a super passionate person too. The 5th house is actually the house that corresponds by default to Leo as well as the Sun, which I can see here is really important. It's all about getting things done. It's all about doing things within the 5th house. It is the house of creativity, but also romance. So your person is someone who makes appointments, right? Who makes reservations when you're going on dates. Your person is the one who tells you they'll pick you up at 6 p.m. and they're there at 5:55 p.m. Okay, they've got a lot of integrity, and when they tell you that something's going to happen, it actually really does happen, and they're the best communicators, sincerely. Next up, we've got the Magician again, as well as the Fool. So there's somewhat of a cross between a little bit of a comic and a little bit of a clown at times, as well as someone who is a great leader, which is a really awesome combination. If you've ever had like a boss or a teacher who on one hand is a leader and they are in charge, but on the other hand is also really fun and has mastered that balance between getting people to get things done, but also having fun with the people who they're dealing with, that is your person. When things are serious, they will definitely put the pedal to the metal and get done whatever needs to be done. But at the same time, they also want to have fun. They also like the adventurous part of life. Furthermore, in the Magician, this confidence shows me here that they have a good deal of life experience, but that doesn't mean that they're way older than you. They may also just be an old soul, right? Because them having a very strong connection to the moon and knowing all about their feminine side and the side of themselves that is sensitive, that just screams old soul. That screams someone who does not need to overcompensate, but simply knows what they want and what they desire, no matter what that looks like. They're not going to feel embarrassed or shy away to speak up for their needs and their wants because they're at peace. That's what I see here within peace. They are at peace with their needs in life and the things that they like. They don't feel the need to overcompensate to prove that they are masculine or they are feminine or that they are the boss. They know what they're capable of, and true confidence that comes from within is peaceful confidence. It's not the type that constantly needs to prove itself or that constantly needs to put other people down just to remind them that, you know, you're in power, that you know what you're doing. That's not who your person is going to be. They are genuinely a very happy person because they have found inner peace. That is true happiness, when you know exactly who you are and what value you bring to this world, what your life path is, and you don't need to prove that to anyone. You don't feel the need to do too much. Next up, within passion, I can see here that your person is also a very passionate lover in the bedroom, okay? They are sensual, they understand your needs, and they're open to trying new things too. And sometimes they're almost like a little too passionate and they do a little too much. They're very talented, okay, when it comes to seducing you, when it comes to being romantic. And that sometimes makes you think to yourself, how many people have they been with? It almost makes you like a little suspicious. That doesn't mean that they've been with a lot of people, group number 4, don't get me wrong. It just shows here that they are so in tune with feelings, they're so in tune with their physical senses and exploring those, that they have absolutely no problem in the passion department and the bedroom department. Let's add a few runes for you too. So what do we have here? Let's do a little close-up for you so you can see what we've got. So within this rune, we've got Dagas, which corresponds to the letter D. Now, Dagas is a rune that speaks of a breakthrough and some sort of awareness and also daytime. So your person has a lot of passion for things that happen during the day, and they like to be intimate during the day, okay? At night, they want to sleep. So they work during the day, they create during the day, they are an early bird, they're the type of person who loves the sunlight. Let's see what else we've got. Okay, furthermore, we've got this little rune right here, which corresponds to the letter E. It stands for Awas, and this is how you hold it, even though it's a letter E. It's not like that, as you would intuitively think. It is this way around. So within Awas, we've got the horse. We've got a kind of rune of partnership as well. So I can see here that they understand that in order to get to where you both want to go, be it sensually, be it with your careers, with the plans that you have for your future together, it's important that you're both moving in the same direction and that you're also like pulling the same string, if that makes any sense, group number 4. And the moment you can do that together and trust in one another, that's when you've cultivated peace in a relationship, because nobody feels resentful like one person is putting in way more effort than the other and the other person is just playing around. No, group number 4. That's not what's going on here. Your person is really mature. They always have been, and they are just continuing to be themselves in this relationship, which really serves the relationship. Next up, we've got Manas. So within Manas, we've got mankind, culture, pop culture, and that's where you connect. Your person loves pop culture, okay? They love everything that's happening right now. Yes, they've got stuff from their childhood that they're very passionate about, but they're always on to the latest trends. They know what's going on and they're interested in what's up and coming and new. So your person will always be someone who stays youthful, who stays fun, who stays hip, so to say, who stays cool, if you know what I mean, group number 4. And they will always be that person. If you've ever met like a grandparent or a parent, just like someone who you would consider older than you, wiser than you, but they're still fun, they still have that spunk, that's how your person is going to age. They're most likely going to be taking you to concerts, to things of fresh, new, young artists. Even when you're in your 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, you're going to be living it up with your person, as they're someone who simply wants to have a good time. I also see with the 5th house that they're someone who's very creative, and they most likely work with children too. They work to inspire children, which also makes a lot of sense as to why they have this young, bubbly, fresh energy, and they always will, because they need to be able to be contemporary to connect with the youth, okay? So think of them as being, for example, a teacher, a school principal, or someone who develops games and toys for children. and is also in great contact with children and has a passion for that. Next up, we've got Vunyo. So within Vunyo, we've got a card here that corresponds to the letter V or W. This is a card of joy and success, pride, standing tall, and also understanding that pleasure is nothing to feel embarrassed about. And your person feels so comfortable in their own skin, okay? They may not have the absolute perfect, most ripped body whatsoever because they like to live life. They don't like to spend their time in the gym. They want to spend time living, experiencing. So their physique is maybe in shape, but it's not like someone who you can tell spends a lot of time creating a certain look. Your person has accepted their body, and that whether they are thin, thick, skinny, fat, or whatever phase it is that they're going through, it's all valid and there's nothing to feel ashamed of. It simply shows how adaptable that your body is. And even though society has these notions about what is healthy and what isn't, your person doesn't care about society standards when it comes to their body. They just care about living and having a good time. And because they're so confident, this kind of like makes you love them no matter what they're going through in life. So whether they are going through a time where, you know, they're physically closer to society's standard, or whether there is a time in their life where they're kind of recovering from injury and they're maybe not able to keep up as much with exercising, it doesn't matter. What makes your person so incredibly attractive is their confidence and is the fact that they always have a smile on their face. They're always focused on having fun, and they understand that everything is temporary. Even your body's shape, your physical attributes, all of it is temporary and it fades with time. And the great thing about your person is that they don't hold you to unrealistic standards. They love you for you. They love the beauty that radiates from within, and within Venus as well as Uranus, they see beauty in change, and they don't think of aging as something bad, not just for themselves, but also for you. And they are so excited to grow old with you, to have more wrinkles, to kind of just travel around the world, to maybe relocate, to take lots of leaps of faith, to be the young and the old at concerts and get-togethers with other people. They want to experience it all, and they don't want to rate any of it based on society's crazy standards in this day and age. They just simply want to enjoy. Next up, within the dragonfly, I can see that they get very focused on certain projects. So when your person is in a creative flow, group number 4, they are in that flow. So if they're the type of person to, for example, teach kids, if they are giving a lecture, you can't get them to divert their energy to anything else. They're so passionate about it, so in it, and that's what they're doing in that moment. If they're developing a new kids toy or accessory, or they're coming out with a new product or a marketing strategy, they will ponder and be in their creative state and flow zone to the point where you could call them, you could be standing right in front of them and be like, hey, what are you doing? What are you up to? And they wouldn't even notice that you're saying anything because they're just so focused and so immersed in what it is that they're doing. But the same goes for spending time with them. When they're spending time with you, they're 100% spending time with you. They're not on their phone. They're not engaging with any distractions. They're simply there. They're present. In fairies, I can see here that they're also the type of person who thinks that being in the nature is very much like a magical way to connect with your truest form and yourself. And they love to spend time outdoors in magical places such as forests, such as meadows. The new moon shows me here that there will be a big promise that they'll make. So think of an engagement or a marriage. The new moon shows me that your next relationship is going to be with someone who believes in making promises and keeping them. And they are also the type of person who knows how romantic some promises may be and they just simply want you to experience that. So it's not necessarily for them, but they want you to experience a lot of these fairy tale type moments. Next, we've got the Wind. So within Wind, I can see that they are the type of person who puts a lot of energy into everything that they do, who activates every part of themselves in order to create the best possible results at their job and in their personal life. They are just super involved with everything that they do. Let's figure out what type of different initials that we have here for you. We've got MOA for you, all of my beautiful souls of group number 4. Okay, so this is a part of your reading where we speak more about your person and their lifestyle. So they're very freedom loving, they're fun. When they're focused on something, they are really in it and no distractions are gonna work on them. And they have a job that keeps them young and really lively. But now I'm going to proceed to clear the space for you once again, and we're going to talk about when and where you will meet them. Okay, potentially we will even be able to figure out the time of the day, the month, maybe what the weather is going to be like, the location, what you'll be wearing. You get the gist, group number 4. So just relax while I clear and cleanse the space for you one more time, and we can get into more details, shall we? Okay, so let's talk about when and where you'll meet them. We have one card that popped right out of the pile. I don't know if you saw. I'll put a little instant replay right here for you. Then we've got Dance, as well as the Tsunami. So what I can immediately see here within the whale that popped out of your pile is that you're going to meet them while you're breaching a place that you thought was a limitation. And I see here within dancing and celebrating that you will meet them at a fun get together. The Tsunami shows me here that it will be a wake-up call. You will find that romance isn't dead, chivalry isn't dead. This person is someone who defies all odds of today's dating scene, and they are just 100% different inside and out. In Dawn, I can see that they give you hope for a fresh beginning when it comes to dating, loving, being with another human being. And the rainbow shows me here that it's going to be a time full of blessings. And the day you meet this person, when you look at the sky, you'll see a rainbow. You'll see that there are some colors in the sky that aren't usually there. And that is an indication of you meeting this person. And do know within dawn as well as rainbow that you may see this rainbow during dawn on that day. And then later on, as you go to the party, the celebration, you will know that that was your wake-up call, seeing that rainbow at dawn, seeing earlier in the day that there's something unusual in the sky, that this is the day where you will meet the person with whom you're going to be in your next relationship with. This is a time where you're going to meet the special someone with whom you're going to spend a lot of time moving forward. Next up, we've got the Wheel of Fortune as well as the Hierophant. Now let's talk about this group number 4, shall we? The Wheel of Fortune corresponds to the number 10. Now this is a card of the major arcana that is also in correspondence to Jupiter. And in case you didn't know, Jupiter is connected to Sagittarius, and it is the planet of abundance, generosity, positivity, as well as luck. And within the Hierophant, we've got a card of the major arcana that is connected to Taurus, and furthermore is all about that stability. So I can see here that you're going to meet your person undoubtedly during a time in which you feel like your life is very stable and where you feel like you have things figured out for yourself. So you're not going to be with one another just because there's nothing better around. Quite the opposite, actually, as I see here within the Hierophant, that you have a lot to lose because things are going so well within your professional life and your career. But you know in the Wheel of Fortune that you're just fated to be in this soulmate connection. Furthermore, the Wheel of Fortune is also a sign of a turning point and of your destiny taking the lead and kind of taking the wheel, if you will. So this day is unavoidable. You're going to see that rainbow during dawn, and in the evening you're going to have a get together. And this doesn't need to be planned, right? It could be a spontaneous get together that you still say yes to that same day, but that is the moment where you'll meet this person with whom you're going to be in your next relationship with. Next up, we've got the Six of Cups as well as the Nine of Swords. Now, in the Nine of Swords, I see you overthinking what you're going to wear. I see you overthinking the whole thing because now you know it, right? The cat's out of the bag, group number 4. You know to look out for a day where you see a rainbow during dawn, and you know that in the evening, there's going to be a celebration, a get together. You know that that's where you're going to meet this person with whom you're going to be in your next relationship with. And you're most likely going to be dancing together one way or another. And you're going to get out of your comfort zone, especially if you don't like to dance or move in front of other people. Something will enable you to do so. Maybe there will be a lot of drinks or alcohol flowing, group number 4, and just overall something that removes that hindrance of just feeling free and connecting. But the Nine of Swords does show me a lot of overthinking, a lot of anxiety early in that day, and kind of worrying about things. Next up, within the Page of Coins, I can see that you may be a lot more inclined on that day to make some little mistakes at your work, but nevertheless, it's going to be okay, as I do also see here within the Page of Coins that you're a very practical type of person, so you'll fix those mistakes later on. And sometimes when you know something big is happening, it just kind of goes without say that some things will go wrong that day. I see here within the Ace of Coins that you're going to meet them right at the start of a new project or a new venture in your professional life, and they're going to watch this grow and thrive. And I see that that also brings some nervosity in for you because you're asking yourself how you're going to juggle your professional life and your personal life without having to give up too much within one part of that. So overall, this is definitely something that you're thinking about a lot, group number 4, that's causing you a little bit of anxiety. Let's move further into your reading. We've got There's Something Better, romance. Okay, so there's something out there for you that's better than what you're currently experiencing, romantically speaking, especially if you're in a situationship right now, group number 4, and also taking action. So you're most likely going to be the one speaking to them first. You may not even know that they will be the one, right? Because you're going to this party, you're just having fun. You're not looking for anything in particular. And next up, they're going to be all about you. They're going to say yes as soon as you ask them a question. And I can see here that you're most likely going to meet them within the next few months, group number 4. So not too long from now, you're going to have the opportunity to meet this person, to be in this next meaningful relationship that is meant to impact your life and to experience what it's all about in person. So I'm now going to move into a last segment of your prediction. I will clear the space for you once again, and we're going to talk about anything that we may have missed so far, okay? Any secrets, any pieces of information that could give us a good idea of with whom your next relationship is going to be and what it's going to be like, who they are, and also any other details that the universe and spirit wants you to have right now. So I'll speak to you in just a moment after I've cleared out the space once more for us to receive more messages. Okay, group number 4, are you ready for this last and really fun part of your love life prediction? Because I know I am. Let's get into it. We've got protected, we've got letting go, as well as environmentalist and heart's desires. So one thing that I can see here about the relationship that you will be in next is that you are safe and supported while you change your career. So you will be going through a career change while you're in this relationship, but they're going to support you, they're going to be there for you, and they're going to give you the confidence that you need in order to get through any difficulties you may experience and come out the other end stronger, and of course with a job that is more suitable for you. And letting go, you will be experiencing a great loss with one another. Think a pet, think for example family members. So that just speaks to the length of this next significant relationship. And I do see within environmentalist that you are an earth angel and you were born to protect, nurture, and teach about nature and the animals. And you're doing so in a very passionate way with the person with whom you'll be in your next relationship in. And this goes really well with their occupation and what they do professionally. And do also know here within Heart's Desires that because you both are passionate about similar things, you can both feel that your dreams become a reality way more easily because you're totally in alignment. Like your lifestyle aligns with your beliefs and your job is starting to align with everything and all of the amazing changes you want to see in the world that have to do with protecting the environment, protecting those who aren't able to protect themselves, and just creating more fairness and a world that we can all be proud of and we can all feel safe in and like we have a place. Next up, we've got forgiveness. So a big part of your next relationship is forgiveness and letting go of the past. And because you're so happy, you're not even thinking of any exes that did you wrong. It's easy for you to forgive because you're now in a place where you don't have to feel angry. You don't have to let any feelings of resentment still be a part of your journey because you understand that that just harms you and your current relationship. And you don't want to give anyone that power or that satisfaction, especially as you've moved on. I see here within finding that your next significant relationship, your next fated soulmate connection is all about you finding yourself. You don't have to be perfect by the time you find this person, nor do you have to know everything about who you are or have completely found yourself. That is not what your next relationship is about. Your next relationship is all about finding yourself while you're with another person, while you feel protected and safe, while, for example, you're switching jobs and they're making sure that the bills are paid. They're making sure that you can find yourself, that you can take the time that you need in order to transition into a different career. And you don't have to worry about finances in this temporary space. You can worry about being in alignment and living your life in a way that you're not compromising your integrity and your beliefs just for a paycheck. So this relationship is so significant in the sense of understanding what a real partnership is and what it means to go with one another through thick and thin. Next up, we've got the empowerment card. Oh, and by the way, I said through thick and thin. I'm not sure if it's actually an English saying as well, because you guys know I'm from Switzerland. I speak German. So I'm not sure if going through thick and thin is the same, but what I meant to say is like this is a relationship where it doesn't matter what you go through, you get the point. Whether it's good times, hard times, you're with one another. You've got each other's back like your favorite sweaters. In empowerment, this is a relationship that makes you feel like you can be yourself. Whether you want to talk about period cramps or back pain or toxic masculinity and how it's affected you and your masculinity, or how it's affected your femininity, whether you identify as male or female, this is a connection. This next relationship is with someone who gets it, who gets every side of the story, and who also wants you to feel like you have a place, like you can feel empowered, and like the things that concern you have a place at the table to be spoken about and to be brought up. Your next relationship is actually based on a deep friendship. It's not just based on sexual desire or on wanting to be intimate with another person physically. It is based and rooted in deep friendship and understanding. And that's often how the healthiest relationships form, right? From friendship, from mutual respect, adoration, as well as just getting one another on such a deep, important level. Because when you look at, for example, a best friend, you may have asked yourself before, like, why don't they exist in the form of a lover? Because you'd get on so amazingly well. And here I see that your next relationship is not just going to be with someone who you're attracted to, both physically and mentally, but also someone who you're just like best friends with. Let's add a few runes into the mix as well. Okay, so let's do a little close-up here, zoom in for you. Now, this is Turisaz, and Turisaz corresponds to the letter TH, and this is actually a rune that speaks of change, catharsis, and overall also like a very fluid switching from friends to romantic partners. So depending on the situation, you don't just act like a romantic partner, you can be best friends too. Like when you're trying to talk to them about what to do next in their career, a best friend would give you different advice than a romantic partner depending on the situation, right? A romantic partner who is talking to you about job prospects, they may want you to take the job that just pays the most, not that makes you the happiest, whereas a friend would probably advise you to take whatever job opportunity that you feel is in alignment with your happiness and your values and morals. But I see that there is this seamless transition in your next relationship between when to be like a best friend and when to put the romantic aspects first. Okay, we've got another rune for you. In this rune, we have the symbol of Ingus. So within Ingus, we've got fertility and growth as well. Ingus corresponds to the letter Q, and I do see here that Ingus also has to do with common sense a lot. So rather than feeling like fertility and having children is something that you just do, this next relationship is about using common sense, feeling empowered to use common sense, which means that if children aren't in the cards for you, you're not going to force it. You're not going to start a family just because that's what you do. No, group number 4. You and the person with whom you'll be in your next fated relationship with, this is one of 2 people who want to use their mind before society's just wants and needs and demands. You ask yourself what works best for your lifestyle, for where you are in life right now, and if the norm is even how you want to remember your life, because we all just have one life to live, and if we just conform to what society wants us to do, well, we may end up taking our last breath in this lifetime and thinking to ourselves that we never really lived for us, or that we have regrets. And I read a really interesting book on this, and can't remember, we have a card that popped right out. I can't remember the exact name, but I think it was Regretful Mothers, or Mothers Who Regret Having Their Children. I'm not 100% sure of the title of the book, but I'm sure if you type in those keywords, you would find it, group number 4. And it's very interesting to read how a lot of people who just went with what their friends and family told them to do, or society pressured them to do, you know, they live a life where there is regret, even in such taboo topics such as children. And I see that you're avoiding that. I see that within empowerment as well as Ingus. You're only doing what truly resonates for you. Next up, we've got knowledge. Exactly. Education. That's what it's about here. And I can see that your relationship, your next significant relationship, is all about learning, educating yourself, seeing every side of the story, and also ensuring that you're not rushing into anything based on someone else's opinion or based on hearsay. Like if you do something that will have a significant impact on your life, you're doing so based on facts, group number 4. You're not just seeing how things will go, especially if the decision is as big as expanding your family, because you know with how many strings that comes, and you do not want to be a resentful parent. Now, do you? Next up, we've got friendship again. So we've had friendship show up from 2 different decks for you, group number 4, and I can definitely see here that friendships are strong surrounding this relationship. You are not going to give up any important friendships in your life when you are in this next relationship. And we spoke about the friendship between you and your lover, but this is now concerning friends surrounding you. Your friends love this relationship and this person who you're with, and so does your family, group number 4. And within friendship, I can see that actually your relationship helps nurture your friendships and all of the existing connections that are already in your life rather than taking you away from it. And that is, again, a symbol of a very healthy relationship. The fact that they are not alienating you from friends and family. They're not trying to isolate you. Next up, we've got going with the flow. So nevertheless, you do like to just go with the flow and let things happen, even though you take your time with really big life decisions such as expanding family. Aside from that, you like to just follow your heart's desires and kind of go with whatever comes up in the relationship, be it concerts, be it dinners. You don't feel the need to plan in advance to the point where you just have like a boring routine. For you, it's really important to just constantly be moving forward. And some relationships really thrive with routines that are constantly changing. And that is like positive change. Whereas other relationships thrive by doing the same thing every Saturday, Sunday, Monday through Friday. It really just depends on the two individuals in the relationship. Next up, we've got confrontation. So I see that this relationship is one where you both pick your battles wisely. So you know that you have some non-negotiables, of course, and your next partner will too. But you pick your battles wisely. You don't want to spend any time arguing or wasting any time in this precious life, as I see within moving forward, that you're always looking for ways to find a solution. You're both very solution-oriented people rather than trying to just be right. That is something that you're absolutely trying to avoid. You don't want to be that couple that's constantly just arguing just in order to be right or to make a point. Next up, we've got the spirit guardian of autumn. Letting go, all my beautiful souls of group number 4. So I do see here that this person is going to have to let go of a friend who is sadly just not going to be able to make it forever, is not going to be able to be there the entire time throughout your relationship for whatever reason. I see here within the reflecting pool that there will be a moment of stillness where your person comes to this realization that they are most likely just going to have to be out of their life, either because they're moving to a place where you can only correspond via calls or texts, or they may actually be in a situation where they're ill and where they're reaching the end of their lifetime, and this is going to be really hard for your person. I see within the Wild Rose Fairy that they've got nothing but love for you as well as for this friend, where they just have this little moment of stillness, this moment of appreciation, and I can see that your person has learned a lot from losing people within their life, and that is why they don't like to spend any time arguing, bickering, or being petty or within drama at all. They want to enjoy every single moment, just as, for example, a lot of comedians as well. Actually behind like the laughter and the jokes and the fun lies a lot of pain and a lot of experiences that they are just coping with in that way. That's what I see here for your person. Now, the Daffodil Fairy shows me here that this relationship is a new beginning, okay? It is a new opportunity to start a fresh life. And of course, I mean, this will be a new relationship, so it makes sense as to why the Daffodil Fairy is in here. You haven't been with this person before, group number 4, in case you've wondered that. This is not someone you have already been with romantically or even as a friend, so this is all going to be completely new. And I see within the Owl Spirit that you've both had some experiences with friends and romantic partners that have shaped you and created wisdom for you, even if you've learned through seeing your parents or close friends and family go through things in relationships and you've been there to give advice. All of that is wisdom that you can only garner through experiencing, through being there, through living life a little bit, and bringing that into this relationship is the best thing that you can do. As I see here within the Maple Spirit, that this gives you a good idea as to who a healthy partner is and who you'd better stay away from, and with whom you can be generous with, right? Because you want to make sure that there's reciprocity, that relationships are two-sided, and that it's not a situation where you feel like one person is giving so much more than the other. So being very aware of that and that fine line and balance is what I can see really gives you the green light about this next relationship, because there is reciprocity and it's very two-sided. So all of my beautiful souls of group number 4, we are at the end of your reading. I really hope that you enjoyed spending this time and space with me. If you did, make sure that you leave a little rainbow emoji down below in the comment section to let me and others know. Furthermore, all of my crystal rings, accessories, jewelry, also my tarot cards, my journals, those can all be found on bowlife.com. It's linked in the description box. You guys always ask me where I get my jewelry from. Also, there are some very exciting new projects that are landing soon on Bow Life, so make sure that you stay tuned for that, or whenever it is that you watch this video, know that there's most likely gonna have been great updates to my course on how to become a great tarot reader, and also my physical products that ship worldwide right here from Switzerland. So stay tuned, okay, because there are some projects I've been working on for years that I know you're gonna love, so make sure you check those out. Now, group number 4, thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed reading for you, and I hope that you're having an amazing day, or that this reading at least made your day just that little extra bit better, and that you feel supported as well as relaxed and like you've been in the moment. Thank you so much for being here and for spending this divine time and space with me, and I'll catch you during one of my upcoming readings.